Thank you all. Please have a seat. Good morning, members of the jury. We're ready to get started. And Mr. Peña, good morning. Mr. Alanis, good morning. We're ready for your next witness, Mr. Peña. Please call your next witness.
Your Honor, the defense calls Idalia Elizondo.
Idalia Elizondo is being called. Good morning, ma'am. Please take your time. Come forward. You can bring your purse with you. I know you were thinking, where do I leave it? But come, bring it with you. Good morning. And I know that you have not been sworn in yet. Is that correct?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Please raise your right hand and be sworn.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Please go around the court reporter here and up the steps. Be careful when you go up the steps. And have a seat. Pull up your chair up to the mic, and we'll get started when you're ready.
Yes, sir.
There's also a couple of water bottles here, just in case you need any.
Yes,
Those
sir.
are for you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Peña.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning.
Try and pull up your chair a little bit. I know it's not an easy chair.
It's fine. It's fine. Good morning.
The monitor is blocking my view, Judge.
This one, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's try and help her out to move the chair a little bit further.
To move the chair up front.
Let me have fellow try and it's one of those chairs that
Okay.
not sure it was a real comfortable chair for you.
Move it to the right. Slide that over the left.
Thank you, sir.
How about there?
That's good. Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Would you please state your name?
My name's Idalia H. Elizondo.
Are you currently employed, Ms. Elizondo?
No, sir. I already retired.
What job did you retire from?
The sheriff department, sir.
And what was your position with the Sheriff's Department?
I was the lieutenant for the sheriff department there at the jail.
How many years were you employed at the Webb County Jail?
I was 36 years.
And that's here in Laredo, Texas, correct?
Yes, sir.
What made you decide to retire, Ms. Elizondo?
Age. Sorry. Medical problems and age.
Okay, thank you.
And
And
it's almost a year.
and your rank when you retired was a lieutenant?
Lieutenant, sir.
What duties does a lieutenant at the Webb County Jail have?
I was a lieutenant for compliance to get the jail ready for inspection.
And what does that entail, compliance?
It entails the whole building. I'm supposed to check maintenance. I'm supposed to check the fire area, the alarm system, everything, the generator,
I see.
plus our inmates.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about your education and training?
I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice.
And as part of your duties at the jail, did you do things like taking care of inmates' complaints?
Yes, sir. I took care of complaints and full visitation and everything.
So in your 36 years as a correctional officer, you must have encountered a very large number of inmates at the jail, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever have occasion to encounter Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles?
Yes, sir. Several times.
Do you see him here in the courtroom?
He's right there. Yes, sir. Wearing the gray suit.
Can you identify him by an article of clothing?
He's wearing the gray suit.
Okay. May the record reflect that the witness identified the defendant, Your Honor? And on what date, more or less, did you first encounter Ronald Burgos, Ms. Elizondo?
Everyday basis. Everyday basis. I walk into the jail every day. I would walk into the jail every day.
But do you recall more or less the year when you first encountered him, when you first met him?
No, sir.
Well, was it several years ago?
Several years ago.
Okay. Now, are you aware that Mr. Burgos has been convicted of 2 counts of capital murder?
Yes, sir.
What was your experience with Ronald Burgos like at the Webb County Jail?
Mr. Burgos was a polite individual there at the jail.
What was his demeanor with you when you had to deal personally with him?
He was very polite, and I know he wouldn't be disrespectful or anything like that. Never.
And did you have occasion to deal with Mr. Burgos frequently?
Yes, because of the mail or because of books. Yes, sir.
Can you expand a little bit on that phrase, because of books?
Because of the books, because he would ask for books to be mailed to the jail, and they had to be inspected before he would take the books.
Do you recall what kind of books he was generally interested in?
Psychology and Harry Potter books.
What about books on religion?
Yes, he got several religion books.
Did you ever file any complaints that you had to resolve?
No, not with me. There's a department that they would have to write to.
In your dealings with Mr. Burgos, did he ever get aggressive or rude or disrespectful?
No,
with you?
sir. No, sir. No.
Did Mr. Burgos ever get into fights with other inmates or with jail staff?
I really don't recall. They would. It's like any reports they would have in reference to disciplinary or fights, anything like that. They go to classification. It's a different department.
And to your knowledge, did you ever see Mr. Burgos acting in an aggressive manner with other correctional officers or staff members of the jail?
No, sir.
Can you please describe Mr. Burgos' behavior when he was dealing with other correctional officers or staff members?
Very professional. Yeah. It was like he would actually tell us, I know, if we had problems with him or anything like that, he would remind us that he was the supervisor with the Border Patrol. And we never had any problems. I never had complaints about him being voiced out for anything.
Now, there are numerous rules and regulations that the inmates have to follow at the jail, correct?
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, was Mr. Burgos a rule follower?
He was a rule follower at all times.
What is your impression of Mr. Burgos as an inmate based on your personal experience with him?
Very quiet. He's, I know, stayed to himself.
Did he ever create any problems for the jail staff or any problems that you had to deal with?
No, not that I recall.
So would it be fair to say that you never had any disciplinary issues with Mr. Burgos?
No, sir, not me. Not
Anybody
my
else?
department. I really don't know.
Oh,
They would need to
what-
ask classification department.
As far as you know, he never had any, the staff never had any disciplinary problems with Mr. Burgos?
No, no, sir.
We'll pass a witness, Your Honor.
Good morning,
Good
Mr.
morning.
Grizelda.
Good morning, sir.
Would it be fair to say that that it's common for inmates to find Jesus or find the Bible when they go to jail?
Yes, sir.
It's pretty
Yeah,
common.
Pretty common.
And in the case of Mr. Burgos, was he kept alone or was he kept in a pod with other inmates?
He was in a pod with 7 other inmates.
Okay, and was he in his cell? In his cell, would he sleep by himself or with other inmates?
He sleeps by himself.
So can you describe the arrangements? Is it a?
It's an 8-man cell.
Okay.
It has 8 individual cells.
Okay, and there's bunks inside that cell?
And bunks and sink so they can wash their hands and get water.
Okay.
Yes.
And do you know that when he would go to sleep at night, would he be in a cell that's separated by bars?
Yes, sir. And it's locked in.
So he'd be locked into a cell by himself.
Yes, sir.
And then there was a common area?
Yes, there's a common area and there's a TV and microwave for them to use.
Okay.
Yes.
So then every inmate in that cell has their own cell within the cell,
Yeah, yes, sir.
and it gets locked at
He
night.
gets locked in there. Yes, sir.
Okay. And during your time there, was he ever segregated or put on suicide watch? Do you recall?
He was on suicide watch at the beginning when
Okay.
he came in.
And do you remember how long that was?
I don't recall. It was a couple of months, a year, I think. I really don't recall.
So between some months and up to a year.
Yes, sir.
And during the time that he was in that cell, what kind of cell is that? Is it a concrete cell?
It's a concrete cell.
Just with a door? If there's a door?
It's bars.
Oh, it's bars?
Yeah,
Okay.
you can see inside. The officers can walk up to the cell and check inside the cell every day
Okay.
to see what they're doing.
And during this time that he was in segregation, would he be able to receive books?
Yes, sir. He was able to receive books.
Okay. Would he exercise?
Yes.
Like do push-ups and sit-ups and
Yes.
things like that?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what the majority of the inmates do.
Okay. Could he watch TV in there or no?
No, he couldn't watch TV at the beginning. No.
Are you familiar with how much time he would get out to go do recreation, or go outside and look at the sky, or what does that entail?
It's rec area, and the officers would go upstairs to the floor and request for them to go out to rec, and if they wish to come out, they would come out.
Okay. And then while he's in there, do they check on them periodically when in segregation or suicide watch?
Yes, you have to walk into the area.
And of course, now you're aware that he has been found guilty of killing 2 people, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you aware of him filing complaints while he was at the Webb County Jail, or would that not come to you?
Yes, sir.
He would file complaints?
Yes, either because of mail or books, sometimes, yes.
Was that all to your knowledge, or do you know there's other types of complaints?
That's all to my knowledge.
That's all to your knowledge? Okay. All right. Were you aware that after his conviction that he filed a complaint as to his accommodations?
No, sir.
No further questions.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you very
See
much.
again.
Thank you.
You are, you know, your shoes and the weather bins, be careful going down.
Before we call the next witness, maybe we briefly approach.
Sure. Approach, please.
No.
Thing you would like to say to them?
Sí.
Yes.
Lo siento por su pérdida. Yo sé que ha sido difícil. Para mí también ha sido un proceso muy difícil.
I'm sorry for your loss. I know this has been difficult for you. It has also been a difficult process for me.
Yo escuché que su hija es católica. Yo también soy católico. Y espero que el Señor les haya dado la fortaleza como me la ha dado a mí para soportar esto tan difícil por lo que estamos pasando.
I heard that your daughter was Catholic. I am Catholic as well. And I hope that God has given you strength, just like He has me, to go through this difficult situation. Okay. ¿Por qué está aquí usted el día de hoy?
Yo estoy aquí para enseñarle a las personas y al mundo quién verdaderamente es mi hijo Ronald Burgos-Aviles.
I'm here to show the people and the world who truly my son is. Tell us about the Ronald you know. Díganos sobre el Ronald que usted conoce.
Él fue un buen hijo. Él casi nunca dio problemas. Nunca usó droga. Nunca usó alcohol. Era...
Well, he's a good son. He never gave us problems. He's never used drugs. He's never used alcohol.
Él siempre fue buen estudiante. Él sobresalió en la escuela. En high school, él se graduó, creo que fueron 6 meses antes que sus compañeros. Después...
He was always a good student. He excelled in school. In high school, I believe he graduated 6 months before his classmates.
Luego, él entró al Navy.
Can I show you a picture and you can tell me if you recognize it? Later on, he goes into the Navy. Le voy a mostrar a un momento una foto. Dígame si usted la reconoce. ¿Nos puede decir qué está sucediendo en esta foto?
Aquí él se graduó del Navy.
And who are these people? Here he graduated from the Navy. ¿Y quiénes son estas personas?
Ese soy yo y él en la graduación del Navy.
That is me and him at his Navy graduation. This day. ¿Usted recuerda este día?
Sí, Me acuerdo de ese día.
Yes, I remember that day.
Can you tell us how you felt?
¿Nos puede decir cómo usted se sintió?
Me sentí bien orgulloso de él. Porque
I felt very proud of him
él trabajó duro y él fue uno de los más sobresalientes en su clase en el Navy.
because he worked hard and he was one of the ones that excelled in his Navy class.
Mr. Burgos.
Ronald?
No,
No.
Were you ever married to her?
¿En algún momento usted estuvo casado con ella?
sí.
Yes.
Can you tell us about your first marriage?
Nos casamos muy jóvenes. Ella tenía 17, yo tenía 18. Éramos,
We married at a young age. She was 17 and I was 18.
éramos dos niños criando a otro niño.
It was two kids having another kid.
Su mamá era inmadura, yo era inmaduro. Ella era insegura y era muy celosa.
His mom, well, I was immature and she was not sure of herself and was very jealous.
Can I show you a picture and you tell me if you recognize it?
Sí.
Le voy a mostrar una foto y dígame si usted la reconoce. Yes. ¿Le puede decir a los miembros del jurado quién está en esta foto?
Admitted?
I published the jury.
You may.
Do you remember this day?
Sí.
¿Se recuerda este día?
Sorry.
Yes.
Can you tell us what was happening in this photo?
¿Nos podría decir?
Cuando estaba embarazada de Ronald.
Yes, that's the day we had the baby shower when she was pregnant with him, with Ronald.
We're gonna get that back up. Give me a second. We're gonna get that back up. Take a minute.
Where was this baby shower held?
¿Dónde tuvieron este baby shower?
Eso fue en casa de mi mamá.
It was at my mother's house.
And where was your mother's house?
¿Y dónde estaba la casa de su mamá?
En Puerto Rico.
En Puerto Rico.
Is that where you grew up?
Ahí es donde usted creció.
Sí, ahí donde yo crecí.
Yes, that is where I grew up.
Is that where you raised Ronald?
Ahí es donde usted tuvo y educó a Ronald.
Sí.
Yes.
What can you tell us about the day that Ronald was born?
¿Qué nos puede decir sobre el día que nació Ronald?
Cuando él nació, su mamá, cuando ella estaba embarazada, ella pues estaba feliz, pero cuando él nació ella cambió y no lo quería.
When he was born, his mom, when she was pregnant, she was happy. But when he was born, she didn't want him.
No sé si es que tuvo depresión postparto, no lo sé, no soy doctor, para ese tiempo no se hablaba de eso, pero cuando también ella era pequeña, ella también fue abandonada y su mamá, cuando él nació, lo rechazaba.
I don't know if she had a postpartum depression. I'm not a doctor, and at the time we didn't talk about that. When she was born, she was also abandoned, and she rejected him.
What makes you say she rejected him? What did you see?
¿Por qué usted dice que ella lo rechazaba? ¿Qué es lo que usted vio?
Bueno, ella no se quería levantar a la noche cuando el bebé lloraba y pedía leche, y yo era el que me tenía que levantar, aunque yo trabajaba y estudiaba, pues era el que me tenía que atenderlo, y ella nunca lo abrazaba o lo besaba, y eso me molestaba y peleábamos mucho.
Deme un segundo para interpretar. She would not wake up at night when the baby would cry and ask for milk. I would be the one to get up, even though I was working and going to school. I would take care of him. He would never hug him or kiss him, and it would bother me, and we would fight a lot.
What would you fight about?
¿De qué peleaban?
Bueno, es que me dolía ver la forma que lo trataba. Me dolía ver.
It would hurt me to see her, how she would treat him.
Yo no entendía por qué ella lo trataba así.
I didn't understand why she treated him like that.
Luego tuvimos otro hijo y ella estaba feliz cuando el bebé nació. Ella siempre empezó a decir, este es mi nene lindo, y lo abrazaba y lo besaba, pero a Ronald siempre lo rechazaba. Y nosotros,
Then we had another child, and she was happy when he was born. He was beautiful, and she would hug him and kiss him, but she always rejected Ronald.
y por eso era que discutíamos mucho y peleábamos, porque me dolía ver cómo ella tenía preferencia por uno y no por el otro.
And that is why we would fight a lot, and because she had a preference for one and not the other.
Como ella era tan celosa, yo decía que la iba a dejar, pero ella me amenazaba que si la dejaba se iba a llevar los niños, y yo siempre tenía miedo de lo que ella pudiera hacer con Ronald.
Since she was very jealous, I would tell her I would leave her, and she would threaten me that if I would leave her, that she would take the kids. And I was always scared what would happen to Ronald.
Would she ever threaten you to hurt Ronald?
¿Ella en algún momento lo amenazó a usted de que iba a lastimar a Ronald?
Ella me amenazaba con eso, sí.
She would threaten me with that, yes.
How long did you stay married to Ronald's mother?
¿Por cuánto tiempo usted estuvo casado con la madre de Ronald?
Estuvimos juntos 13 años. Hubo un día que ella llegó y me dijo, ahora es el que quiero que te vayas de la casa. Ese día yo comprendí que ella no iba a lastimar a Ronald. Y ese mismo día me fui. Y me llevé a los hijos.
We were together for 13 years. One day when she arrived to the house, she told me, I want you to leave the house. That day I understood that she would hurt Ronald, and I took the kids.
Is that the day you understood she would or would not hurt Ronald?
¿Ese fue el día que usted entendió que ella lastimaría a Ronald o no?
Ese es el día que yo entendí que ella no lo lastimaría.
That is the day that I understood that she would not hurt him.
And how long after that did you leave?
¿Y qué tanto después de eso usted se fue?
Yo me fui ese mismo día.
I left that same day.
Where did Ronald and his brother live when you got divorced?
Interpreter requested repetition to speak louder.
I apologize. Where did Ronald and his brother live when you got divorced?
¿Dónde vivían Ronald y su hermano después de que ustedes se divorciaron?
Cuando nos divorciamos, llegamos a un acuerdo que yo me llevaría a los niños y ella se quedaría con la casa. Y yo me fui para casa de mi madre con mis hijos.
When we got a divorce, we had an agreement that I would take the kids and she would keep the house. And I went to my mom's house with the kids.
Were you able to see how Ronald's mother's treatment of him affected him?
¿Usted pudo ver cómo le afectó a Ronald, cómo su mamá lo trataba?
Sí. Yo creo que
What did you see?
¿Qué es lo que usted vio?
Yo creo que él construyó como una pared y se hizo como que fuerte para que nada lo lastime.
I saw that he built, I believe he built a wall, and he became strong so that nothing could hurt him.
Did he want her to love him?
¿Él quería que ella lo quisiera?
Sí, él la buscaba. Cuando era pequeño la buscaba. Tenía 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 años. Pero ella le decía, vete para allá, no vengas a molestar.
Yes, he would look for her when he was young, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years old. But she would say, go over there, don't bother.
When you left and you and Ronald and your son moved to your mother's house, what relationship did you see between them?
Cuando usted se fue con Ronald y su otro hijo a la casa de su mamá, ¿qué relación vio usted entre ellos?
Mi mamá ella se dio cuenta de cómo la mamá lo trataba y todo ese amor que ella nunca le dio, pues mi mamá se lo dio.
My mom found out about how his mom treated him, and all that love that she didn't give him, she gave it to him.
I'm going to show you a photo the jury's already seen, and I'm going to ask you who is in this picture, okay?
Le voy a mostrar una foto que los miembros del jurado ya han visto y le voy a pedir que usted me diga quién está en esta foto.
Your Honor, defense offers 16.
Objection.
Objection.
Admitted?
And published to the jury.
You may.
Can you tell us who is in this photo?
¿Nos puede decir quién está en esta foto?
Esa es mi mamá y Ronald.
It is my mother and Ronald.
Did she travel to Texas with you?
¿Ella viajó aquí a Texas junto con usted?
Sí,
Yes.
Is she here to support him?
Ella está aquí para brindarle apoyo a él.
sí,
Yes.
Has she been attending the trial with you?
¿Ella ha estado aquí en el juicio junto con usted?
sí.
Yes.
I want to ask you another question about Ronald's mother. When was the last time you saw her?
Le voy a hacer una pregunta más sobre la madre de Ronald. ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que usted la vio a ella?
Aquí en la corte, un día que llegó y me tocó el hombro y cuando la miré no la pude reconocer porque tenía espejuelos y nunca la había visto con espejuelos.
Interpreter request to ask for repetition on the last part. Si puede decirlo porque no la reconoció de nuevo un poco más alto.
No la reconocí porque estaba usando espejuelos.
I hear at court. One day she came and she tapped my shoulder, and I didn't recognize her. She was using glasses, so I didn't recognize her.
How long had it been since you'd seen her?
¿Cuánto tiempo había sido desde que usted había visto por última vez?
Creo que 1 o 2 años.
About 2 years.
Were you surprised to see her in court?
¿Usted estaba sorprendido de haberla visto aquí en el juzgado?
Sí, porque ella no dijo a nadie que ella vendría. No le dijo a nadie.
Yes. Yes, because I didn't believe that she would come.
I think you need to ask him to repeat that.
Can you
¿Puede repetir lo que dijo más alto?
Sí, estaba sorprendido porque ella no le dijo a nadie que ella vendría.
Yes, I was surprised because she didn't tell anyone that she would be coming.
Did you ever see her in court again?
¿Usted la vio aquí en el juzgado de nuevo?
No,
No.
Do you know if she stayed in Texas for longer than that day?
¿Usted sabe si ella se quedó aquí en Texas más largo o más que ese tiempo de ese día?
sí,
Yes.
Yes, you know, or yes, she did?
¿Si usted sabe o si ella se quedó más?
sí, ella se quedó más tiempo.
Yes, she was here for a longer time.
So, did you ever move away from Puerto Rico?
¿Usted se mudó de Puerto Rico?
Sí, me mudé de Puerto Rico para los Estados Unidos.
¿Para dónde?
Para los Estados Unidos.
Yes, we moved from Puerto Rico to the United States.
Where did you move?
¿A dónde se mudó?
A la Florida.
How old was Ronald when you moved?
¿Qué edad tenía Ronald cuando usted se mudó?
Era teenager.
He was a teenager.
Was he in high school?
¿Él estaba en la secundaria?
Sí, estaba en high school.
Yes, he was in high school.
Was he living with you?
¿Y él estaba viviendo con usted?
Sí.
Yes.
If you know, where and when, or where, did Ronald meet the woman that would eventually become his wife?
Y si usted sabe dónde y cuándo, bueno, dónde fue que Ronald conoció a la mujer que sería su esposa.
Creo que la conoció, no vivíamos muy lejos uno del otro, creo que a un bloque. Y creo que la conoció ahí o en high school.
We didn't live far away. I think he met her there or in high school.
She lived in your neighborhood?
Ella vivía en su vecindario.
Sí.
Yes.
I'm going to show you a photo, one moment.
Le voy a mostrar una foto.
Do you recognize the people in this picture?
¿Se reconoce a las personas en esta foto?
Sí.
Yes.
And you were concerned about this picture being shown, is that right?
Y a usted le preocupaba que se mostrara esta foto, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
And this is not going to be shown to anyone but the jury.
Y esta foto no se le será mostrada a nadie más, solo a los miembros del jurado.
Introduce defendant 17.
You're going to publish on the document image?
Yes.
It's not on the screens on the side.
Thank you.
Or broadcast. Admitted, yeah.
Can you tell us about this picture?
¿Nos puede decir algo sobre esta foto?
Ese es Ronald y esa es su futura esposa.
Yes, that is Ronald and his wife.
How old were they in this picture, if you know?
Si usted sabe qué edad tenían ellos en esta foto.
I think it was future wife on that response.
You want to clarify?
Sure. Were they married at this time?
¿Ellos estaban casados en este tiempo?
No.
No.
And how old were they in this picture?
¿Y qué edad tenían en esta foto?
Tenían como 19 años, 19 o 18, eran jóvenes, dos teenagers.
They were 19 years, 18 years or 19 years. They were young teenagers.
Were they living together when this photo was taken?
Cuando se tomó esta foto, ellos estaban viviendo juntos.
No, Ronald vivía en mi casa y su pareja vivía en su casa.
No, Ronald lived at my house and his partner lived at her house.
When your son found out that he was going to be a father, what did he do?
Cuando su hijo se dio cuenta que él iba a ser padre, ¿qué hizo?
Él se preocupó y comenzó a buscar trabajo y ahí fue que entró al Navy.
He got worried, and that's when he started looking for work. That's when he joined the Navy.
And has he worked ever since?
¿Y desde ese entonces él ha trabajado?
Sí.
Yes.
After he joined the Navy, did he apply to the Border Patrol?
Después de él haber entrado al Navy, de ahí él puso una solicitud de empleo para el Border Patrol, por las patrullas fronterizas.
Sí, yo vi que estaban contratando en el Border Patrol y mi madre también vio que estaban contratando en el Border Patrol y le hablamos con él. Le dijimos que era un buen trabajo con buenos beneficios y él desde pequeño siempre me mencionó que le gustaría ser policía y aplicó.
Yes, I saw that they were hiring at the Border Patrol, and my mom saw that they were hiring at the Border Patrol, so we spoke to him. We told him that it was a good job with good benefits, and ever since he was young, he would always tell me that he wanted to be a police officer, so he applied.
Did anyone else in your family apply for the Border Patrol?
Alguien más en su familia también metió una solicitud de empleo para trabajar con la patrulla fronteriza.
Sí, yo apliqué también para el Border Patrol.
Yes, I also applied to be Border Patrol.
Los dos cogimos el examen. Ronald lo pasó. Creo que ellos subieron la edad para aplicar a 40, creo. Antes era creo que menos. Yo estaba ahí en los 40 y apliqué. Cogimos el examen y también lo pasé.
Yes, we both took the exam, and Ronald passed the exam. At that time, they upped the age. I believe it was 40, and I was 40. So I applied and took the exam and also passed.
Luego hicimos el examen físico y luego él lo pasó y yo lo pasé. Luego tuvimos la entrevista y él la pasó y yo pues no la pasé. No, mi inglés no era muy bueno.
Then we took the physical exam, and he passed it, and I passed it. Then we had the interview, and he passed it, and I did not pass it. My English was not very good.
Mr. Burgos, where was your son assigned in the Border Patrol?
Señor Burgos, ¿dónde fue asignado su hijo cuando estuvo ahí con la patrulla fronteriza?
A Laredo, Texas.
Laredo, Texas.
After he moved to Laredo, did you talk every day?
Después de que él se mudó a Laredo, ¿ustedes hablaban a diario?
No.
No.
How often did you talk to him after he moved to Texas?
¿Cada cuándo hablaba usted con él después de que él se mudó a Texas?
Probablemente una vez al mes o dos.
Probably once a month or twice.
Did he talk to you about his marriage?
¿Él hablaba con usted sobre su matrimonio?
Hablaba, pero no me decía todo.
We would talk, but he wouldn't tell me everything.
Can you tell me about your relationship with your father?
¿Me puede decir usted sobre su relación con su padre?
Mi mamá y mi papá se divorciaron cuando yo era pequeña, como 5 años creo que tenía. Y yo los veía los weekends. Y
Interpreter requests the time to speak louder, Your Honor. Si puede levantar la voz, por favor.
mi padre y yo, perdón, mi madre y mi padre se separaron cuando yo tenía 5 años. Y yo veía a mi papá los weekends, pero cuando yo tenía 18 años, mi papá también fue asesinado. So, he estado en los dos lados.
When my mom and my dad divorced when I was 5 years old, I would see my dad on the weekends. When I was 18 years old, my father was murdered. So I've been on both ends of the spectrum.
You've been here since the first day of trial, so you've seen all of the evidence in this case, is that right?
Usted ha estado aquí desde el primer día que empezó el juicio y usted ha visto todas las pruebas, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
When you heard Mr. Boggs tell the jury that they shared a burden, do you feel like you share that burden too?
Cuando usted escuchó que el abogado Boggs dijo que tenían la carga, ¿usted también siente esta carga?
Sí, ha sido muy difícil. Para mí se me hace difícil creer que Ronald haya cometido los hechos, pero yo respeto la decisión del jurado y acepto la voluntad del Señor.
Yes, it has been very difficult for me. It is hard for me to believe that Ron had done these acts, but I respect the jury and God's will.
Did you learn things about Ronald during this trial that you didn't know?
¿Usted se dio cuenta o aprendió cosas de Ronald que usted no sabía?
Sí,
Yes.
Did you know that he was having multiple affairs?
¿Usted sabía que él tenía aventuras múltiples?
no lo sabía, esas cosas nunca las compartió conmigo.
No, I didn't know those things. He never spoke to them about them with me.
Did you know that you had another grandson?
¿Usted sabía que usted tenía otro nieto?
No, me enteré cuando lo arrestaron, que me llamaron y me dijeron que lo habían arrestado por asesinato y por la muerte de su hijo. No sabía que tenía otro hijo.
No, I found out when he was arrested. They called me and they told me that he had been arrested for the murder and death of his son. I didn't know he had another son.
Your son hid a lot of things from you, didn't he?
Interpreter requests a repetition.
I
Speak louder.
apologize. Your son hid these things from you, didn't he?
¿A poco no es cierto que su hijo le escondió estas cosas de usted?
No entendí la pregunta.
I didn't understand the question.
Did Ronald hide these things from you?
¿Ronald le ocultó estas cosas a usted?
Sí,
Yes.
When you found out these things, did it change how you felt about him?
Cuando usted se dio cuenta de estas cosas, ¿cambió cómo usted se sentía con él?
No, porque yo...
No,
No, porque el Señor me enseñó que yo tengo que condenar el pecado, pero tengo que amar al hombre. Y yo siempre lo he amado y siempre lo voy a seguir amando.
no, because God has taught me that we should hate the sin but love the man. And I love him forever, and I'll love him forever.
You hate the sin. Is that what you said?
Usted odia el pecado. Es lo que dijo.
Dios nos enseña que tenemos que condenar el pecado y amarnos los unos a los otros. Yo no condeno al hombre, yo condeno el pecado, porque yo sé de dónde viene el pecado.
God teaches us that we should condemn the sin, but love each other. So I don't condemn the man, I condemn the sin.
Are you a man of faith, Mr. Burgos?
I think there was one more sentence after that. He had said, he knows where the sin came from.
This one?
Because we know where the sin originates from.
Thank you.
Are you a man of faith, Mr. Burgos?
Señor Burgos, ¿es usted un hombre de fe?
Sí,
Yes.
Have you always been?
¿Usted siempre ha sido así?
no siempre he sido así.
No, I have not always been this way.
Can you tell us about what brought you back to your faith?
¿Nos puede decir qué es lo que pasó para que usted regresara a ser un hombre de fe?
Hace como 1 año y medio, hablando con Ronald, las llamadas que él me hace, él empezó a leer muchos libros y a estudiar la Biblia. Y hubo un libro...
It's been about 1.5 years since I've been talking to Ronald. He calls me, and he's read a lot of books, and he started studying the Bible.
And do you talk about faith with your son?
¿Y usted habla sobre su fe o sobre la fe con su hijo?
Sí, fue sobre un libro que él leyó y me dijo que debía leerlo. Y cuando lo leí, ese libro, empecé a llorar mucho y sentí como que me secaron una venda de los ojos. Y ahí fue cuando comencé a buscar del Señor y empecé a leer la Biblia. Y empecé también a leer muchos libros.
Yes, he told me about a book that he read. He told me that I should read it. So I read the book and I started to cry. I cried a lot. It's as if someone had removed the blinds from my eyes. And I started to pray and I read the Bible and other books.
Is this something you and Ronald share?
¿Esto es algo que usted y Ronald comparten?
Sí, la mayoría de nuestras llamadas siempre es hablando sobre la Biblia y sobre el Señor y cómo el Señor tiene tanto amor por todos y cada uno de nosotros y cómo el Señor a través de Ronald yo pude volver a la iglesia, yo pude volver a casa.
Yes, we do talk when we talk on the phone, we talk about the Bible, we talk about the Lord, how the Lord has so much love for all and each one of us, and how the Lord through Ronald has helped me return to church. He has helped me return home.
What does that mean to you?
¿Y esto qué significa para usted?
Significa mucho porque el que no está en Cristo está muerto, es lo que nos enseña la palabra. Y es dando como se recibe, y es perdonando como se perdona.
It means a lot. Because if we are not with Christ, then we are dead. That's what we learned through the Word. We give and receive through forgiveness.
Mr. Burgos, do you wish your son had shared more of his life with you?
Señor Burgos, ¿usted desea que su hijo hubiera compartido más de su vida con usted?
Seguro que sí. Me hubiera gustado que él me hubiera hablado de que tenía un hijo fuera de matrimonio, no es el primero, no es el último, y quizás pudiéramos haber buscado una solución. Yo lo hubiera podido aconsejar y no llegar hasta este momento.
Yes, I would have. Of course, I would have wanted to talk more. We would have, if he would have told me that he had a son out of marriage, he wouldn't have been the first, he wouldn't have been the last. We would have looked for a solution. I would have given him counsel, and we wouldn't be in this situation here.
You told us earlier that you were proud of Ronald. Have you ever told him that?
Anteriormente usted nos dijo que usted estaba orgulloso de Ronald. ¿Usted le ha dicho eso a él en algún momento?
No.
No.
Do you wish you had?
¿Usted desea haberlo hecho?
Sí. Y quiero que sepa que yo me siento orgulloso de él. No me siento orgulloso por lo que estamos pasando, pero siempre me he sentido orgulloso de ti. Siempre te he amado y siempre te he defendido desde el primer día, y lo voy a seguir haciendo hasta el final.
Yes, I want him to know that I am proud of him. I'm not proud of the situation that we're in this at the moment, but I want him to know that I've always been proud of you. I've always loved you, and I will love you forever.
Have you ever told him that even if he did this, you would still love him?
¿Usted le ha dicho a él en algún momento que aunque él haya hecho esto, usted todavía lo amaría?
Lo voy a seguir amando hasta el final, porque eso es lo que el Señor nos enseña. Amor. El amor es más grande que el odio. El amor es más grande que el resentimiento. Y si todos nos amáramos como el Señor quiere que nos amáramos, viviríamos en un mundo mucho mejor.
Repita la última parte.
Que si nos amáramos como el Señor nos enseña que debemos amarnos, viviríamos en un mundo mucho mejor.
I would continue to love him to the end. That's what the Lord teaches us, to love. It is the biggest type of love, bigger than any other emotion. If we would all love each other like the Lord teaches us to love and wants us to love, then the world would be much better.
Mr. Burgos, when we were talking the other day at your hotel, you were telling me how you felt when you see a Border Patrol truck. Can you tell me that? Tell the jury that today?
Señor Burgos, hace unos días cuando estábamos hablando en su hotel, usted me dijo cómo usted se sentía cuando usted ve una patrulla fronteriza. ¿Le puede decir a los miembros del jurado lo que no me dijo?
Cuando veo un camión, un truck de Border Patrol, pienso en todo lo que él perdió y el gran futuro que él hubiera podido tener.
When I see a Border Patrol truck, I see everything that he lost and the great future he could have had.
How do you feel?
¿Cómo se siente usted?
Es duro estar aquí, es triste, me siento mal, especialmente.
It is hard and difficult to be here. I'm sad. I feel bad.
Especialmente que todo el mundo está mirando. Todo el mundo está viendo este juicio y ha sido bien difícil.
Especially because the whole world is watching. The whole world is watching the trial. It's been extremely difficult.
Do you love him anyway?
Interpreter request a repetition.
Do you love him anyway?
¿Usted aún lo ama?
Sí, lo amo.
Yes, I love him.
No further questions?
Mr.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Oh, I'm sorry.
Buenos días, señor. Good morning.
I've seen you here every day of the trial also.
Yo también lo he visto aquí todos los días de este juicio.
You now know what your son did on April the 9th of 2018.
Ahora usted sabe lo que su hijo hizo el 9 de abril de 2018.
He killed Grizelda Hernandez.
Él mató.
What's your objection? We're going to wait for the question.
Yeah.
Thank
You know that he killed Grizelda Hernandez.
¿Usted sabe que él mató a Grizelda Hernández?
Do you know that?
¿Usted sabe eso?
En mi mente no veo cómo él fue capaz de matar a nadie.
In my mind, I don't see how he was capable to kill a child.
He said anybody, nadie.
you. Nadia.
Usted dijo nadie. Capable to kill anyone.
You saw the mountain of evidence that we brought.
Usted vio la cantidad inmensa de pruebas que pusimos.
Sí,
Yes.
And you learned that Grizelda was stabbed 27 times.
Y usted se dio cuenta que Grizelda fue apuñalada 27 veces.
sí,
Yes.
And that your son did that to her.
Y su hijo le hizo eso a ella.
Aquí se presentaron las pruebas. Yo respeto la decisión del jurado, pero en mi mente yo no he visto que mi hijo ha cometido estos hechos.
The evidence that was presented here, I respect the jury's decision. In my mind, I have not seen my son commit these acts.
You also saw the evidence that your grandson, Dominic Hernandez, was killed
Usted
by
también
your
vio
son.
las pruebas que su nieto, Dominic Hernández, fue asesinado.
La evidencia que yo vi es circunstancial. No vi nada directo. So, en mi mente, yo respeto la decisión del jurado, pero en mi mente no me cabe que mi hijo haya cometido los hechos. Yo acepto la decisión del jurado, la respeto, pero no puedo sentarme aquí a decir que mi hijo cometió esos hechos porque no lo vi.
The evidence I saw is circumstantial. It is not direct. So in my mind, I respect the jury's decision, but in my mind doesn't compute that my son committed these acts. I respect and accept the jury's decision, but I cannot sit here and say that my son committed these acts because I didn't see it.
You made a statement to Ms. Posel, and you say that it's where the sin originates from. Where does the sin originate from?
Ahora usted dijo algo anteriormente de dónde se origina el pecado. Mi pregunta es, ¿de dónde se origina?
El pecado viene de Satanás.
Sin originates from Satan.
So you would agree that the act of killing your own infant son and the mother of that baby is an evil act?
Objection, Your Honor. I don't believe that's what the witness said.
Or, go ahead.
Entonces usted está de acuerdo que el acto de matar a tu propio bebé, a tu hijo que es bebé y a la madre es un acto malo.
Es un acto malo. Sí.
It is an evil act, yes.
You have talked about what your son has lost, and you have also talked about the hardship of this trial being publicized all over the media, correct?
Usted ha hablado de lo que su hijo ha perdido y también usted ha hablado de la dificultad de que este juicio ha sido un juicio público en los medios, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Have you thought about what Dominic lost?
¿Usted ha pensado en lo que Dominic ha perdido?
Sí.
Have you thought about what Grizelda lost?
¿Usted ha pensado en lo que Grizelda ha perdido?
Sí, lo he pensado.
Yes, I've thought about it.
Have you thought about her hopes and dreams?
¿Usted ha pensado sobre los sueños y esperanzas de ella?
Sí, lo he pensado. Sí, lo he pensado. Sé que es muy triste.
Yes, I've thought about it. I've thought about it. I know it's very sad.
Do you know how old your grandson would be today?
¿Usted sabe qué edad tuviera su nieto el día de hoy?
No estoy tan seguro. Probablemente 5 o 6 años.
I'm not completely sure, but around 5 or 6 years.
And how do you feel about never having the opportunity to have met your grandson?
¿Cómo se siente usted de que usted nunca va a tener la oportunidad de conocer a su nieto?
Me siento triste. Me siento mal. No
I
te,
feel sad. I feel bad.
I'm going to show you what's been already admitted as State's Exhibit 551.
I'm sorry, what? Sure. Or I guess it wasn't an objection, just an approach.
Did you see this photo?
¿Se ve esta foto?
sí.
Yes.
I'll also show you 550.
También le voy a mostrar la número 550.
Who does that look like?
¿A quién se parece?
Él se parece mucho a mi otro nieto.
He looks a lot like my other grandson.
And no matter what happens in this case, you will always love your son. Is that correct?
Es cierto que no importa lo que pase en este juicio, usted siempre va a amar a su hijo, ¿correcto?
Correcto.
Yes.
No further questions.
Ya no tengo preguntas.
Anything else? Go ahead.
I just want to clarify something you told me when we were speaking earlier.
Solo quiero clarificar algo que usted me dijo anteriormente.
You told us that Ronald never drank or did drugs.
Usted nos dijo que Ronald nunca había tomado o hecho drogas.
Correcto.
Correct.
But you don't know if he had a beer or two when he grew up.
Pero usted no sabe si él tomó una o dos cervezas cuando él estaba creciendo.
No.
I was just checking. Is there anything else you want to say?
¿Hay algo más que usted quiera decir?
Yo sé que esto ha sido bien difícil para ambas familias. Ellos perdieron una hija, un nieto. Yo no tuve la oportunidad de conocer a mi nieto, de compartir con mi nieto. Eso lo comprendo.
Deme un segundo para interpretar. I know that this haven't had the opportunity to be with my grandson. I understand that.
Yo comprendo y respeto que en sus mentes ustedes puedan entender o comprender lo que mi hijo hizo, pero en mi mente, a Ronald que yo crié, por el que yo peleé, en mi mente no cabe que él sea capaz de matar a su propio hijo.
Okay. Wait a minute for the translation.
I understand and respect in your minds, but in my mind, I cannot comprehend that my son, the one that I fought for, it doesn't compute in my mind that he would kill his own son.
It's hard for you to believe.
Es difícil para usted.
Sí, es difícil.
Okay.
Yes, it's difficult.
Okay. Thank you.
Follow up on that question.
Let's stay within the confines of recross.
Okay. And within the time that you've been here, have you had the opportunity to visit the memorial?
Durante el tiempo que usted ha estado aquí, ¿usted ha tenido la oportunidad de visitar el memorial?
No, porque no sé dónde queda.
No, because I don't know where it is.
So neither the memorial of Dominic or the
Ni el
memorial
memorial,
of Grizelda?
ni el memorial de Dominic, ni el memorial de Grizelda.
No, porque nadie me ha dicho dónde quedan. Nadie me ha dicho nada.
No, because nobody has told me where it is. Nobody has told me anything.
But you've been here during the whole trial, correct?
Pero usted ha estado aquí durante todo el juicio, ¿correcto?
Sí,
And
Yes.
you learned that it was at Father McNamara Park?
¿Y usted se dio cuenta que fue en el parque llamado Father McNamara?
sí lo he escuchado, pero no sé dónde queda.
You also heard this.
Yes, I've heard it, but I don't know where it is.
Did you hear you've been here, did you hear the street Bristol Road mentioned?
Cuando usted estuvo aquí, ¿usted escuchó que se mencionó la calle llamada Bristol Road?
Sí, perdón, sí.
Yes. Yes.
You were asked questions about Ronald's drinking.
Se le hicieron preguntas sobre si tomaba Ronald.
And you testified that Ronald did not drink.
Y usted declaró que Ronald no tomaba.
Is that correct?
¿Es esto correcto?
Sí, yo declaré que él no tomaba mientras vivía conmigo. Cuando se mudó para acá, pues yo desconozco si él tomaba o no tomaba.
Yes, when he lived with me, he didn't drink. When he moved here, I'm unaware of whether he drank or not drank.
Do you know if he was drinking the night before?
Sustained.
When was the last time you spoke to Ronald before April the 9th of 2018?
Mr. Alanis, we're going beyond redirect, recross, and now you're
Okay.
redirect.
No further questions.
Thank you,
No
sir.
further questions.
Anything else? Mr. Burgos. Short break. Please understand that you are still under the instructions that I've given you from the very beginning. We're not to start deliberating or talking about the evidence or anything about this case until I give you the case. Thank you.
Please rise for the jury.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Mr. Peña, Mr. Boggs, you call your next witness.
Judge, the difference would call Ms. Sarkis.
All right, Ms. Sarkis has already taken the witness stand. She's been sworn in, and we are ready to proceed. You may begin.
And would you please state your name to the jury, ma'am?
Dana Sarkis.
And you testified for the state, I believe, last week. Is that correct, or earlier this week?
Correct.
Okay. And would you remind everyone where you're employed?
I'm currently employed at the Webb County Sheriff's Office, assigned to the Intel Division.
And what does the Intel Division mean?
We gather intelligence for other agencies from our own agency. We monitor phone calls, monitor cameras for the inmates.
Okay. And as a part of that, your job, you monitor, I believe, phone calls and messages. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's an important function because it's important to know what messages and things are being said by inmates in the Webb County Jail. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at the same time, it's important for inmates at the Webb County Jail to have contact with the outside world. Is that correct?
Correct. Family members.
Because that helps you to maintain order within the jail.
Correct.
So, for instance, if someone misbehaves in the jail, they could lose that privilege.
That's correct.
So it's like a carrot and a stick.
Yes, sir.
Now, we asked you so we earlier gave you a thumb drive with messages and a phone call. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And is that the thumb drive that we gave you?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And were those messages on the thumb drive and the phone call accurate and fair representations of the things that you've collected at the Webb County Jail?
Yes, it is.
Judge, at this time I'd ask to admit Defendant's Exhibit 15. It contains 3 sub-files.
And the sub-files are numbered?
15.1, 4 sub-files. 15.1, 15.2.
Judge, I'm sorry. We just had.
It has to be 16, I believe.
18.
Oh, 18, sorry. We've gone through some photos and that were being.
I was told that Ms. Grizelda skipped 15. But
I did, yes, Your Honor. For
and
the
that's what we. Really? Yeah, 15?
I may have misspoke, Your Honor, but I did skip 15 for this purpose.
No? We have 15 already. Oh, wait. There's
14, 15, 16, and 17 were admitted by Ms. Grizelda.
14, 15, 16, and 17 were admitted. So this will be numbered 18, and it'll be 18.1, .2, .3, and .4 sub-files.
So, Judge,
Sub-exhibits, or exhibits, quite frankly, there's no such thing as
with
sub-exhibit.
permission, we'll renumber on the disc.
That's fine.
For the Criminal Court of Appeals.
Before they go into the jury, that's fine. We'll do it that way.
Yeah.
You may continue. There's no objections on your end, Mr. Alani?
No objections.
They're admitted. Proceed. I don't think I.
Now, I've lost track of the days, but when you testified before, the district attorney asked you about certain calls and messages that were made by Mr. Ronald Burgos-Aviles. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you didn't choose which calls to play or which messages to see, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay. It was the district attorney who decided which calls and which messages he wanted this jury to see.
That's correct. They provided me the phone calls and the messages.
Now, there are many calls, thousands, that the district attorney did not play. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And thousands of messages as well that the district attorney did not show. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, have you listened to all those calls?
Most of the calls, not all of them.
Okay. And have you looked at all those messages?
Most of the messages.
So, for instance, if you, well, to your knowledge, does Mr. Burgos-Aviles talk a lot about faith in those messages?
Yes, he does.
If you could just not lead her as to what the response is.
I'm sorry, what?
If you could just not lead her on.
All right, so do not lead your witness.
Okay, I
Rephrase
apologize.
your question.
Well, is faith one of one of the matters that Mr. Burgos-Aviles discusses?
Do not lead your witness, sir.
What?
Rephrase your question.
Well, what are one of the items that Mr. Burgos-Aviles speaks about frequently within his messages?
He speaks about a lot of things, not just, can't just narrow it down to one specific thing. He speaks about a lot of things.
Okay. Does he speak about spirituality?
He does.
Okay. Does he talk to his children?
I do not know.
Does he speak to his grandmother?
He does speak to his grandmother.
Okay. So at this time, I believe it's been admitted into evidence. I'm asking that Exhibit 18.1 be published to the jury.
Go ahead.
So we'll need the defense.
It's on already, we just need to get the file out.
I apologize. As I understand, and
Can you approach on the last objections? While you get that up.
sure.
Computer hooked up? Well, what?
We
The
have the
computer that's hooked up is the one that has that screen up. So switch the computer. if
I
you're-
think it's the,
It's not? Oh, so.
I believe it's the court's computer,
All
sir.
right, can you unhook it up and hook up yours? Yes, please. I'm not sure that was the right phrase, unhook it up, but unplug it.
Hey, you're the judge. Unhook it.
Thank you, and sorry for the confusion.
So I'm directing you to what's displayed in Defendant's Exhibit 18.1, and this is one of the emails that is in the records that you collect at the Webb County Jail. Is that, do I understand? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and this is a email from, or a jail mail from February 5th of this year, so 4 months ago, or I'm losing track of the days, about 5 months ago. And it appears to be from Mr. Ronald Anthony Burgos to Amy Rosado. Am I correct about that?
That's correct.
And I believe you testified before that it is your understanding that Ms. Rosado is Ronald's wife.
That's correct.
Okay. And Could you read this email to the jury? And,
Yes.
and the title and the subject is for everyone.
Could you take that down for a little bit?
Take it down, sir.
Whatever you need to do. So, could you approach?
Yes, sir.
Only because of the concern that they had before. I think Mr. Bogdan can speak to himself. The White House?
Your Honor, I believe we've addressed the court's concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you for alerting us.
I think. There you go.
And I'm, ma'am, directing you back to Defense Exhibit 18.1. And again, this was from February 5th of 2023 from Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles to Amy. February 5th 2023. Could you read that email, please?
Gabriel. Hello, Gabriel. I hope you're doing well. I heard you're already 5'8". Dang, you're going to be taller than me. That's a good sign. You're supposed to be better, stronger, wiser, smarter version of me. Then if you have our own kids, God willing, there are supposed to be better versions of you. Now you got to clean up your diet and get more leaner and stronger. I know you can do it. Don't forget about prayer, Gabriel. A global war is approaching, and we're going to need help from above, from heaven. It's for real this time. It's always been real. Don't let your brother and mom behind. Never. Never leave a man behind. I think it's some Army Ranger thing. Well, yours should be, don't leave your mom and brother behind. Behave, all right? I'm still pay attention to what you do. Don't think I'm not. Love you. Damien. Hi, Damien. I hope you're doing well. Hope school is all right. Don't forget to read your Bible, okay? Learn the Psalms and read them with your brother and mom. Meditate on the Psalms and uncover their meanings. Learn the truths behind them. Unlock the power of God's promises. I believe in you. So you're almost 5 foot. You're getting there. Couple more months at the most. Be good to your family. And pay attention to what you're doing, okay? Don't think I'm not. I love you a lot and I miss you, Gabriel. Amy. Hi there. I hope you're rehabilitated your shoulder with stretching and some exercise. I'm glad that you're still reading the Bible with Damien and Gabriel. At this point, it's all that matters. I'm glad that you're preparing for the difficult times that are upon all of us. I'm glad that God took the stumbling block from your life and your kids. Me. It was necessary so y'all can get right on track. I didn't know it then, but I know it now. Keep praying with them and everything will be okay. I'll call you some other day. I didn't want to waste your money since you had a tire and a garage door and I don't know what else to fix. I'm pretty sure you heard about China's spy balloon that got shut down yesterday off the coast of North Carolina. I know I've said it before. The chess pieces continue to move. It's a matter of time. Be ready and pray, pray, pray. The upcoming global conflict is approaching. All the nations that will be involved are moving into place. UK and Japan signed a pact allowing UK troops in Japan. US and Philippines agreed to allow more US military presence in the Philippines. The area it's being slowly saturated and the stage it's being set for will come soon. China is spying on us. Who knows if they make the first move? Don't be afraid. God is telling us this so we can know that He is still in control, that He knows about this. He never got caught off guard. Keep praying and doing all you've been doing. Hope you have a nice week. Tell everybody good night, or day if you read this tomorrow. I hope Coda is feeling good.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, if I believe the district attorney asked you about a phone call with Ms. Rosado.
Correct.
And Mr. Burgos-Aviles was, I think it's fair to say, rude to his wife in that phone call. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, when we take a phone call, a single phone call, that you would agree that that is out of context in a relationship, would you not?
It's just a phone call that I hear. That's all I can testify to, the actual phone call.
So, for instance, when we hear that phone call, we don't know about the years and years of the relationship before that phone call. Is that correct?
Right, just from the time he was in jail until now.
And so I believe the district attorney asked you about the decreasing, the number of phone calls in the first 5 years that Ronald was incarcerated, and then you switched to the new system in December of 2022?
Correct.
And then the phone calls had decreased.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, we don't know the context or why, do we?
We do not know.
Okay. So, for instance, it could be that Ronald's wife has...
Let me get the question in first.
Well, it could be for money reasons as to why those phone calls have decreased.
I cannot answer that because I do not know.
So I believe on the state's exhibit for instance, that you authenticated originally, it gave the list of phone calls on the new system as well as the costs that were associated with them.
Correct.
Okay, and as a matter of fact, right, a missed call was almost $2. I believe it was $1.90.
I do not recall that.
Okay. Do you know if Ronald calls his family, whether if they don't pick up, if it charges Ronald's account?
I am not sure.
And can I direct your attention to Exhibit 18.2? And this is one of the emails that you looked at before your testimony today.
Correct.
Okay. And this is from Mr. Burgos-Aviles again to Amy, we understand to be his wife. And this is February 22nd of 2023. Yes, ma'am?
Correct.
Okay. So again, a few months ago.
Correct.
And could you read this email?
It's titled Happy Birthday. February 22nd, 2023. Hello, good morning. Happy birthday. This is a part of the year in which you get to be a cougar and I get to be a cub. Also, is a part of the year in which I can sing you a couple songs. You already heard them before. I hope that you get to eat some nice steak or food with my mamia.
With my mother.
I told her to get you a book called The Return of the Gods. I hope you and Gabriel get to read it. Jonathan Kahn, as I am told, used to be a skeptic. He is a real Jew, descendant of Israel. His father and grandfather were or are Orthodox Jewish rabbis, so he is familiar with the Torah. He was a God denier. He once said he would accept Jesus on his deathbed. Well, Jesus heard and Jesus granted. He got into a freak car accident and died. He had a near-death experience and went to heaven and met Joshua. So Jesus sent him back with a mission. Jonathan gets divine revelations on the behind the scenes of different events in the U.S. that involves the spiritual realm. His first book that catapulted him to fame, The Harbinger, reveals the behind the scenes of 9/11, why the Twin Towers, why 9/11, why people from the Middle East and not China, Russia, North Korea, or any other nation, why airplanes, why New York City. The mystery is so complex that he had to make the second part, Harbinger 2. Anyways, this book deals with something else. If you read it, you will understand and learn about who's behind the scenes and what's happening in the U.S. and why. You probably are saying, I know who. It's no secret. Yes and no. Yes, he is responsible, but there's more. There's a plan and a method, and he's got help. Since I know you are into the sinister and mysterious and insidious, I thought that maybe you would like this book of his. Hope you give it a chance. I hope Gabriel does too. It's his generation who will be in the front lines more than ours. We got it bad. They gonna get it worse. The book touches on subjects that are controversial. You need to remember that we were born into this current mainstream philosophies. So for US it's normal. For us it's normal, but doesn't mean it's right, and that he, Eternal Supreme Court, approves. So instead of arguing and saying that God doesn't know, maybe it's us that don't. Remember I told you like 3 weeks ago I had a dream with Gabriel and I wanted to talk to him, but he was in the shower? Well, I spoke with him 2 days ago, and my dream was right. He is being bullied by a freaking 6'3" tall kid. A freaking niño saurio.
A Saudo child.
Niño saurio. He said he can't do nothing because the kid, it's way huge for Gabriel to do something. That's not nice at all. And if he tells on the kid, they're going to make fun of him and it's going to be worse for Gabriel. I didn't know what to tell him. I'm still thinking. I wish you a happy birthday. I hope you're doing fine. I'm sure it sucks, but so far you have made it. And you will keep going. You're a complainer for sure, but you're not a quitter for sure. Have a heart like a truck, like the song Heart Like a Truck by Lainey Wilson. I like the song a lot. I hope you have a heart like a truck so you won't give up. Have a good day at work. Happy birthday.
Thank you. Now, could I direct your attention to Defendant's Exhibit 18.3? And you recall when you last testified for the state that it was a phone call about between Ronald and who you understood to be his mother.
Correct.
Okay, and he was very rude to his mother, and it was, I believe, the day after we started this trial. Is that correct?
I do not recall the date, but I recall the phone call.
Okay. And again, everyone here has a mother. Would you agree that relationships with our parents are complicated?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. And a phone call is out of context to the entirety of the relationship?
I can just testify to the phone call, what was heard on the phone call.
Now, you understood the mother's name to be Defendant's Exhibit 18.3 is an email from July 5th, 2023 from... Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the title, the subject of the email is what?
Bendición, July 5th, 2023.
And
Blessing, July 5th, 2023.
so this is after the phone call that the district attorney played. Do you remember that?
I do remember that.
And if I could direct your attention to the text of the phone call, and this is where we'll need the translator.
It's a little bit slower on
Yes.
and pauses.
Bendición, perdona mi tono.
Blessing, forgive my tone.
Estoy contento que viniste.
Interpreter request for repetition.
Estoy contento que viniste.
I'm happy that you came.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Solo que cuando me enteré como que me fui balance por las noticias.
Just when I found out, I went off balance because of the news.
Hubiese querido estar más preparado.
I would have wanted to be more prepared.
Ya sabes que las cámaras están pendientes a uno, a todo lo que hago y digo.
You know that the cameras are watching everything that I do and say.
No te pude llamar porque no pusiste dinero.
I couldn't call you because you didn't deposit any money.
Te iba a decir, no te desesperes ni hagas caras.
I was going to tell you, don't get frustrated and don't make faces.
No hagas escándalo cuando esto acabe.
Don't make a scandal when this ends.
Gane o pierda, acuérdate que están grabando esto.
Whether I win or lose, remember they are recording this.
Y cualquier cosa, peace, ser usada para mal.
And anything can be used for bad.
So tranquilita, please.
So remain calm, please.
Me dijo Sara que la muchacha Les te dijo unas cosas interesantes.
Sarah told me that the young girl Les told you a couple of interesting things.
¿Por qué no me has contado?
Why haven't you told me?
Escríbeme y cuéntame todo, please.
Write to me and tell me everything, please.
Voy a esperar.
I will be waiting.
Me disculpo y te pido perdón por mi actitud y lenguaje.
I apologize and I'm asking you for forgiveness for my attitude and language.
No estuvo bien. Perdón.
It wasn't right. I'm sorry.
So on Defendant's Exhibit 18, you also listened to a phone call. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that was a part of the logs at the Webb County Jail, correct?
Correct.
And the district attorney did not choose to play that phone call. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to publish Defendant's Exhibit 18-4.
Go ahead.
Oh, I apologize, Judge. Correct. Judge, we have a demonstrative to be shared with the jury while the call is played. And I've given a copy of the demonstrative to the district attorney.
Go ahead. You've received a guide. It's a demonstrative guide. It is not part of the evidence, okay? So it's supposed to help you follow along the recording. But the evidence is not what you're reading. The evidence is what you're hearing. So keep that in mind. If what you're hearing is not the same thing as what's in that document, it should be, but you go with what you're hearing because that's it's actually in evidence, not what it is that you have in your head. Thank you.
Just we're trying to advance past
Yes, sir.
the sensitive
Yes, sir.
private information.
And no. was the story?
Oh, because I was reading a book called Gut Wing or something like that some guy left me here.
Okay.
And it's about like when gut winks at you, and it has like all these little stories, like prayer stories or whatever. And there was like some cool stories. And then like last night I was reading, right, and I stopped reading, and because I started thinking about like, I don't know, like some random thought. Well, not random, right? But I was saying like, because I had seen a boat on TV, and then I was thinking about it, and I said, man, if I had a boat, like a boat, what would I name the boat, right?
Okay.
What are you laughing?
Because I see funny boat names all the time.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, I was thinking, what would I name my boat if I had a boat? Like if I had a boat before or whatever. And I said, I would name it Second Chance, right?
Oh, nice. Okay.
So then I started reading the story. This is before I read the story. Then I started reading the next story, and it's about two people that they were like gonna cross like I don't know, somewhere in Louisiana, and a storm was coming, and they wanted to beat the storm, obviously, but it went wrong. The ship got hit by a wave. They were like sinking or whatever. They were in the water for a whole bunch of time. And it was cold. It was bad. They thought they were gonna die, and then the guy was thinking to himself all the time that his mom told him to like turn to God, and then his girlfriend, but he didn't care about his girlfriend. He was like drinking and partying with all the chicks. So all of a sudden, all that came to him, and he's like, man, I can't believe I'm gonna die. It's like, oh man, I'm gonna die, whatever. And then all of a sudden, he said, you know what? I guess you remember that one time they told him if something bad happens to pray, right? So then he's like, God, if you're there, if you're real, it was whatever. And it was like in the middle of the night, and it was like foggy. So as soon as he said that, like 10 seconds passed, and they see the shape of a boat, like a big boat. So then he kind of like went like, what the heck, you know, like can't believe it. And he's like, well, they're not gonna see us because we're like little blobs in the water, and it's foggy and it's choppy, it's raining, right, because of the storm. And then he's like, God, please, if you're there still, make somebody see us, please. And then next thing you know, he hears somebody screaming like, oh, there's somebody in the water. So then they go and jump in the water, get him out. So when he goes to the boat, he sees the name of the boat, and guess what the name is?
Second Chance?
Yep, Second Chance. And I was like, oh, wow. I guess I got a gut wink. That's what I thought, though.
That's cool.
Yep. So then they found out later on that that boat was not supposed to be there because of the storm or whatever. Like it was going somewhere else, but they took a detour. And then they found out like God made it like all happen, like all like, you know, like he orchestrated everything. He's like, oh, it cannot be a coincidence. So then the guy now is a believer.
Wow.
Yep.
I think it's funny how, not funny, I mean, I guess it's powerful how sometimes things, like how God uses things.
Yep. That's what he was saying. He's like, man, it's like, I didn't deserve it because I was like a bad person, you know. He was said that he was like drinking and partying and like in Louisiana and like Mardi Gras and all that stuff and like with prostitutes, you know, all that stuff. And he's like, I didn't deserve a second chance. And he's like, I should have just drowned. He's like, why would God send me a boat named Second Chance? He's like, if you think about it, I didn't deserve that. I just deserved to like freeze to death in that water in the middle of the ocean.
That reminds me of a song.
What?
Reckless Love.
The what?
Reckless Love.
Oh, I never heard it.
This thing, it was popular for a little while in church and like on the radio and stuff. And the guy says, in the song, he says, I don't deserve it. I didn't earn it. So you give yourself away.
Oh, true.
That God's love is reckless, not because it's reckless in the fact that, like, if he were a person, right? If you were a person loving another person, you know, we don't, how many times do we betray God? How many times do we mess up? How many times do we, you know, deny him or, you know, whatever. How many times do we fail him? So many times. And he still loves. So I was saying, if, in the terms of human love, if we were to compare it to human love, his love is reckless. It's with no kind of like, it doesn't make sense to us because we don't love like that.
To be honest, I'll be honest with you. To me, that's something hard to understand. Sometimes I kind of like forget about it. Sometimes I actually don't believe it that well, to be honest. I'm like, no, it makes no sense.
It makes sense to me. You know why?
Why?
Think about our kids.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes when I think stuff like that, it makes sense, but still, it's kind of like sometimes I'm like, man, I don't think I can comprehend it like that well. But anyway, I'll have to let you go because we've already been talking more than 10 minutes, and then have a good night. Love you. I miss you. I'm glad that you're praying. I wanted to ask you that because when I've been reading that book, I've been thinking about you, and and Gabriel and Damien. I was gonna tell them too. Well, I mean, I wanted to tell them, but obviously I can't.
Oh, they pray, and they're getting better at prayer.
That's good.
So.
All right. Well,
Love you, miss you.
Miss you. Good night.
Love you, miss you.
All right.
Have a good night.
Bye.
Pass the
Right, you have 18, you can put 18 back over here.
Oh, 18 back? Yes, sir.
Thank you. And if you need to relabel it before it goes in, just let me know. Good stuff.
Already afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So the email entitled "For Everyone" that was sent on February the 5th of 2023.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. Can I approach her?
You may.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 584 and ask you to look through that document. Are you familiar with these emails?
Yes, I am.
And do they fairly and accurately depict what's contained therein?
Yes.
Okay. And they also contain a certificate, a certification of translation, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and translated by,
Marev Alexandra Martinez.
okay, and certified.
Correct.
We move to offer State Exhibit 584.
Objection.
No objection.
Be admitted.
Okay, thank you. So, you're familiar with State Exhibit 584?
Correct.
And what is State Exhibit 584?
Their messages
Okay.
from Mr. Burgos.
Okay. You testified that on February 5th of 2023, he sent the email for everyone. The one that was read to the jury.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you State Exhibit 584. And what is this one entitled?
Do you miss me, darling? Message 6.
And who is this to? And what is the date?
February 9th, 2023 at 10:36 p.m.
So this is 4 days after the other message.
Correct.
So you can go ahead and read this.
February 8th, 2023, 10:37. Number 1. I'm thinking something. This is very expensive for you. I'm thinking if we send each other one message a day every day, it's going to be around $30. Is that right? Obviously, I take longer to write to you, so I can do every other day. That would save more. If we do that, one message per day, we can drop the phone calls and save money. 1 phone call, it's $4.50. That's 9 messages, like 1 week worth. I think we should drop the phone calls and talk through message. The reason why I'm saying this is because we're getting more and more attached. I know I am. And it's going to get out of control. LOL. Laugh out loud. This babe wants to be attached with mommy on the ... But well, it's not fair for you. So you can message me every night or every other night once you're out of work and chilling, or if you write throughout the day, you can keep piling up and filing up until nighttime and boom, send it. That way once your day is finished, you can tell me about it. We can stay in contact and you save money. What do you think? Number 2, don't think I'm doing this because I want to slow you down or cut you. I'm not. I'm doing this because I want to find a way to get more of you. But I want to be smart so you don't go broke. That's why I can get my daily dose of Sahara new medicine for a heart condition I just discovered recently. I told you a couple days ago. I warned you. I told you to. I told you to think about it. And well, I'm here. I need my little doctor. And you have a new patient. Enroll me in the insurance. Number 3. It's 10:55. Shit. Well, I hope you're okay. I hope I didn't make you upset. I didn't mean to. Have a good night. Have a good night, love. IOY. I love you. I'm going to sleep. Let's see what happens tomorrow. God told Josie and David, I will not leave you. I will not abandon you. May he be with me as he was with them. February 9th, 2023, 6:30 p.m. Number 4. Hello, girlie. I just arrived from court and ate. I'll call you in a bit. I don't know. I'm going to shower. I'll call my grandma and then I'll call you. As you already know, they told me no. I'm staying in Laredo for trial. Since the judge thinks in comparison with the other one, Ortiz, mine is not as bad. He also said that the pre-trial publicity is not bad. Apparently what people comment on Facebook and on social media is okay. It doesn't mean prejudice. He also believes that just because people talk shit about me on Facebook doesn't mean all Laredo hates me. They brought 3 witnesses. Some owner of a bar here in Laredo. He said that basically no one talks about my case no more. And if they do, they don't say negative things. The other one was a professor from some university. That one was just boring. He didn't really was understood. Everyone seemed to want him to shut up. Number 5, the other one. Wow, shady. They bring the ex-chief investigator from the district attorney's office. He retired after I was arrested. So he worked with PD for 5 years and then 40 years with the prosecutor as a chief investigator. He is also the DAD of Judge Oscar Hale, the judge that saw my bond hearing 2 weeks after I got arrested. He denied me bail, but he gave Ortiz bail, even though he confessed to killing 4 people and ran from the cops. I didn't confess because I didn't do shit, and I didn't run. But he got bail, and I didn't. Anyways, the guy's DAD came to say that I should have trial here, that it will be fair and no one talks bad about me. Anyways, other stuff was said regarding the issue. Oh well, anyways, I'm gonna take a shower, 9:03 p.m. Number 6, I already read your message and I called you. Sorry I hung up. I decided to take a shower first, then I called you before I called my grandma. It was the right choice. I'll tell you in a bit. To answer that title, well, of course I do miss you. That's why I wanted to call you. Also, to tell you myself how my court went. So I noticed you kind of sad. Now I know why. Your liver. Seems like today wasn't a good day for us. I honestly don't know about it. I honestly don't know about high enzymes, but maybe it's nothing serious. Maybe it's super fixable. What could it mean? Did you Google it? What if you just need to drink more water to flush it out? I don't know. Hold on. It's Nay. She's gonna talk to you in the morning, in the AM, and then come here in the afternoon. Number 7. Of course I do miss you. That's why I called you. To update you with the latest from my court and to hear you for a bit to get some encouragement. I'm glad I called you first because I called my grandma after and she annoyed me. She got me mad. She was running her mouth about my court and saying stupid shit. Stupid shit. They know they have never been fair about me. I told her, okay, so the judge believes it's not true. And it's his decision that matters, not hers. Anyways, I'm not mad or sad or upset. I'm cool. I wasn't too excited about this court and taking the trial out of town. It was my idea. Excuse me. So I'm okay. It's just my grandma fucking complaining all the time that gets me upset. Like, I don't want to hear that. It's out of our control. Number 8. Anyways, at least I called you first so I wasn't in a bad mood when I called you. Even though most likely I wouldn't have called you if I was upset like that. The other girl messaged me that she's going to go visit you tomorrow early. Then come here in the afternoon. Take advantage if there's anything you want to tell me that you can't through here. I hope she doesn't make you more upset or sad. I know right now everyone is all upset because the court went against me. It's okay though. I'm at peace. If this was what's supposed to happen, so be it. But I don't want no one telling you negative things. Because the truth is, no one really knows what's going to happen. Also, I hope that if they ask about what's up with me and you don't get up being criticized. Number 9. Okay, enough sadness. It wasn't a great day for us. But hey, at least you are here for me and I'm here for you. We still got one another. I'm thankful for that. It sucks for now, but at least I'm not lonely. I got you. And you make my time and day pass by better. Thank God. Why he put you here. If you wouldn't have never been here, I would be going it all up alone. And honestly, you can ask Nay that there was a time in which I wanted to give up and let them fabricate and fit me into their plans. But no, I don't. Fuck them. I'm not going to let them make things up and just go with it so they can look good. I know what happened and it's not the way they say it. And they lied about it. And I know, and Nay knows. My lawyers is just a bunch of puss ... Number 10. That stuff that they pulled your freaking hand. Oh what the fuck? It's the freaking demons. What do they want? Honestly, they have been following you. You need to go to church or ask pastors if anyone knows a person with the gift of exorcism or see the spiritual so they can help you. What if eventually they start attacking you, like touching you or hitting you? Number 1. I hope you felt better soon. I hope and pray that your liver stuff isn't serious. Maybe that's why your last doctor never said anything. maybe it ain't something to be concerned about, or maybe it's something fixable. Number 12, I hope everything goes well tomorrow with baby girl. You called her that in another message, LOL. I want you to know something, and I'm telling you because I always tell it to you straight. The reason why I'm still here and nothing goes good for me is one. I've always said, some people lied. I'm not making that up. And my lawyers don't give a fuck. Expose them and make them fix and admit their lie. But I still believe in God and still has a few surprises in my favor. Number 3, all right, Bella, who misses you? And I called you a while ago. You know who. I want you to know that you're not friend zone. Let no one come. And I want you to know that even though I'm still taking, and while I still feel a sense of loyalty towards my responsibilities with HB, you are surpassing her and very quickly. I'm slowly realizing what's been in front of me all this time. Forgive me if I'm being slow. I'm just careful. To be honest, I'm worried that one day you might say, I got a new boyfriend and I'm back with X and gotta bounce. That's why I'm kind of careful and worried about getting too attached to mommy. Because if they take away the breast from the baby will cry. And while I know you should be free to go about your biz, I'm in no position to demand your full attention, but not at the same time I want more and more with you. And it would be below if suddenly, poof. So that's my guard, my heart. Like I'm telling you. Number 4, I'm gonna send you this today. I will start your reply tomorrow, God willing. I'm gonna be busy tomorrow also. Visits all day. So I don't know how long it will take me. Remember what I told you about my proposal to save money? We were to message 1 message a day from both. That'd be approximately $30 a month. Obviously I can, so every 2 or 3 days. So I take longer. So it could be less. And you can save cutting the phone calls. I gotta think about the math. Let me know, okay? We gotta put like order, cause I'm here all alone and I get impatient and I call you and I want to send you a message back to back and I get crazy. LOL. Laugh out loud. For real. I gotta have rule and limits.
Hold on a second. This is the last page.
I gotta have rule and limits. It's for your good. So you can be smart with money. Remember, you got your dad issue and your mom and you and the mini Sahara. Number 15. Okay, here it goes. I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm super tired. Get some rest. I hope we all get good news. We're going to get good news. God puts us to the test to see if we trust in Him. We gotta have patience. I'm gonna get off the tablet. I don't know what that says. Need to write me right now. You can save whatever for tomorrow. Also, I won't be back until like 4 p.m. You can save your message if you want until 4. That way you don't send 2 or 3. You can just put it all at 1 and send it after that time. I don't know what this says. I almost forgot. I was able to send you a little kiss on the call. Did you hear it before it cut off? Mwah. P.S. I'll write your message 5 later. Couple stuff I need to reply. That you're going on a trip. Compliant tomorrow? Don't get jelly on me if the misuse comes out. 9689K. Mrs.
And then this last message on this page.
May God bless you.
A message from someone.
the messages that you were reading, and you're in charge of the intel department.
Correct.
Is part of your job determining the initials or nicknames for persons?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to determine who is baby girl?
Yes.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who is baby? If
We're gonna have to have a discussion outside of the presence of the jury for that. Or at least you have to lay the predicate for that here in front of them.
I'm moving on to the next question.
All right, let's go.
You also, he also used the initials HB. Do you know who HB is?
Yes, Amy Burgos.
In reviewing phone calls and emails and after the inmates have been warned that things are being recorded and monitored and reviewed, why is it important to know who the initials or nicknames are or code names for people?
So we know who they're talking to.
Okay. And why else is it important to know? Who
For the safety of the jail.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Anything else of this witness?
No, Your Honor.
You are finally released.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, 12:35, so, or, yes, 12:35. So let's go out for lunch and allow you to stretch your legs and whatnot and thaw out and things of that nature. And then let's get you back here at 1:45. Okay, so we can get started. Thank you. I'll remind you again of the instructions that I've given you from the very beginning. Please keep those in mind as you eat lunch together or whatnot, and you're not ready to discuss the case or any of the testimony.
You let them know? Thank you. Looking for something, Mr. Boggs? Can we help you find something?
No.
You're good? With counsel. Wait. And you're going to call?
Judge, we're going to enter some records into evidence and then arrest.
All right. Let me have you want to do that while the jury is out, Mr. Boggs? You want to get the records in while they're, or you want to do that before they come in?
I was going to do it in front of the jury.
Okay. Are they ready, or you want me to wait for a few minutes?
Judge, we actually have well, Judge, we have a proffer to make regarding a witness.
Oh, yes.
That Ms. Grizelda made.
Yes, go ahead and bring that. We can do that outside the presence of the jury. Well, depends on what type of proffer you're going to make. Could you tell me what proffer it is and of what evidence or what witness?
Sure. Well, there was communication.
Yeah, I think I need y'all to come up because there's no microphone up there. Sorry about that. I know it's more comfortable to do it from there.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
So there was a witness who, as I indicated yesterday, had been under subpoena, hired an attorney to resist the subpoena, was informed yesterday evening of Your Honor's proposed remedy, and still informed the defense team that he was going to refuse to testify given the situation. So the question now is how Your Honor would like the information that the team believes the witness would have testified. We can submit a declaration from a defense team member who has spoken to him about the content of his testimony. We could read it into the record however Your Honor would like.
How long is the reading into the record?
I mean, Ralph, can you pull up the offer?
Or do you have a couple of pages worth? I think I'm good with y'all submitting the pages if you want to print them out. And it's offer of proof. How many do we have?
We don't have any offer of proofs yet.
Okay, so we can get that as an offer of proof number one, or defendant's offer of proof number one.
Does Your Honor want it to be sworn by one of the defense team members or just printed in?
Well, you're right, since it's not going to be read, right? And this would have been summarized by whom? One of your team members?
Yes, it would be the investigator who's had multiple contacts with him.
And that person is here and can swear to it, or can whatever you want to, you put the. Yes, let's do that. So we're going to call that offer of proof number one. Can the person please come up who did the investigation?
Your Honor, but before we go there, I was my concern is if all remedies have been exhausted, I believe, and we don't know enough right now if this is an expert witness, if it's a lay witness.
What?
If a writ of attachment could be issued to the.
And those are all arguments that can be made if that issue comes up. In other words, that they didn't exhaust all their remedies. But I think that for purposes, I can't deny somebody to put in an offer of proof. And then, of course, the offer of proof is subject to criticism if, in fact, it was done prematurely without exhausting remedies.
But what if a lay witness decides?
Sorry, you don't have to lay, just
okay.
like that.
No, I'm just, I don't see the harm by a lay witness who could knowingly, intelligently change her mind and say, you know what, I thought I would testify for him, but now I don't want to testify for him.
It could be, but that would be, it could be, I didn't know the details of now that I've heard of them. At the end of the day, when somebody calls somebody to testify in a trial, all they want them to do is to come and answer the questions that you're going to be propounded truthfully, right? So the fact that that somebody changes their mind about appearing, and by the way, let's make this really clear about this changing their mind thing. No one has the option to come into court or not if they're subject to the subpoena of the court, okay? If they are subject to our subpoena, within the jurisdiction of our subpoena, we can attempt to go pick them up with a writ of attachment, whatnot. I am, I guess, assuming that in fact the person is outside of that jurisdictional subpoena power that the court has. Is that a right assumption?
Yes, Your Honor,
Geographically.
Okay.
So
well, I was going to ask if the court would ask then if they would want a writ of attachment issued.
But we could not pick them up if we could not, if we're outside our jurisdiction, we could not pick them up with a writ of attachment.
I know it's 150 miles, I think it is, or within.
Yep. As the crow fly.
Well, are they
so it's beyond 150 miles. Right. So I guess because I understand where you're coming from too, Mr. Hernandez. In other words, everyone could say, if I would have brought this witness, they would have testified that. If I would have brought this witness. But at the end of the day, it's not just, it's not evidence. First of all, it's not evidence that goes to the jury. That's one. Two, it's evidence that the Court of Appeals Court of Criminal Appeals would take into account only if they find it to have been improper, that the court did something improper by not allowing or by either doing something or not doing something that prevented the evidence from coming in. That's basically it. And I think I've crossed my T's and dotted my I's with regard to that and with regard to the remedy that I gave them, but I still have to allow them to submit their proffer.
Very well.
Thank you. So the person who is going to sign off on, swear to it, because since we're not going to sign to a sworn document, we'll sign. You'll just get on the record to say that offer of proof number 1. Can you ask her the questions? I don't want to ask her the questions. We're going to call that defendant's offer of proof number 1. So when we swear her in, you ask her the questions. You said that this is a document that she drafted and that she has personal knowledge of by virtue of her interviews or whatever it may have been, and then that'll be the end of it. She doesn't have to summarize the document. Just
right now it's styled as a declaration and it has a spot for like a notary and her own signature, but we can.
Well, we could do that too then.
And then we can
avoid this.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
I realize what assuming does, Your Honor, but I assumed that there may be a member of the notary force in this courthouse. So
That assumption will probably be correct.
Okay, so we can get it notarized. Okay, great. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Not a big assumption. Okay. So we're going to just say that offer of proof number 1 then will be admitted in that form. And of course, under the, it's defendant's offer of proof number 1 will be admitted. And it goes with all the rules of evidence with regard to that and whether or not the Court of Criminal Appeals will actually even look at it. And they'll only look at it if, in fact, the court did something to prevent that evidence that was wrongful from coming in, or did not do something to allow that evidence to come in. All right, and I think we got that remedy, and we can't do anything about a witness that they can't say, well, I didn't want to come out on camera, because obviously the cameras were shut down. All right. Very well. So and that was on the record, wasn't it? That the broadcasting of the images and names and addresses of those individuals were individual. What do we call? Is the name of the individual in the offer? Okay. The name of the individual in the offer is one of those individuals that was made a part of Ms. Pozell's argument yesterday on the motion for mistrial. And so the remedy that the court then offered was to not broadcast the image, names, addresses of the particular individual. And even after knowing that, and after conferring with him after that remedy, I've been told that the witness still does not want to come forward for them. So, very well. Based on that, the offer of proof, defendant's offer of proof number 1 will be admitted. Thank you. Okay, can we get the jury out now?
Please rise for the jury.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Mr. Peña, Mr. Boggs.
Judge, at this time, the defense is moving to admit Defense Exhibit 19 under the public records exception.
And we did have a hearing on this already. The court has taken into account everyone's position on it and made rulings, so consistent with that, the defendant's 19 would be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And your next witness, sir.
Judge, for the record, defendant's 19 is 19 pages.
Thank you, sir, for that. Before you do the next announcement, could I ask also for you all to I'm going to ask you a question with regard to a couple of things. Mr. Peña, Mr. Boggs? I should have done that before we came in. Any other witnesses?
Judge, at this time, the defense rests.
Very well, the defense has rested. Mr. Alanis, do you close or do you call rebuttal?
I'll call a rebuttal witness. Dr. Dagoberto Gonzalez Jr.
Dr. Dagoberto Gonzalez Jr., please come forward. Good afternoon, sir. Please come forward. Good afternoon. Your name, sir? Please raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Thank you, sir. Please just go around the court. Reporter up here on the witness box. Take a seat, pull up your chair, and Mr. Anis, you can proceed when ready.
All right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to ask you to scoot up and speak into the mic. Make sure the green light is on so that the court reporter can hear you.
Okay.
Okay. Can you please state your name for the record?
Dagoberto Gonzalez Jr.
Okay. And how are you employed?
I am self-employed as a physician.
Okay. How long have you been a physician?
I've been practicing out of residency for 23 years.
Okay. And in what area of medicine do you practice?
I'm an obstetrician, gynecologist, and I have several other, I have a medical spa, and I'm also the owner of Hormone Balance of Laredo.
Okay. Did you bring, or did you turn over a CV to the state?
I did.
Okay. Can I approach?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 586. Ask you if you recognize this document.
I do. It's my CV.
Okay. Thank you. fence. This is the same one. To offer State's Exhibit 586.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted.
Thank you. So I want to begin first by an orientation with a jury of your background. Okay. Can we start with your education post high school?
Okay, I attended Texas A&M University and graduated there with a degree in biomedical science. Then I went to medical school at Texas A&M University as well. I then joined the Air Force and went active duty and did my residency in San Antonio at Lackland Air Force Base.
And how long were you in the Air Force?
I was active duty for 8 years.
Okay. Talk to us and continue on with your, or if I could put this up so that you can walk us through.
Okay.
Okay. So you're talking about your medical school?
Correct.
Your undergraduate was in 1992?
Correct.
And your medical student education, is that your residency?
Oh, I'm sorry, that appears to be a typo, yeah. No, that's incorrect, that's a typo. Those are my appointments, my professional appointments.
Or if you can tell us that if you could just correct it.
Sure. My residency is up on top of the screen where it says San Antonio Uniformed Services Health Education Consortium, right there. That's where I did my residency. That was in San Antonio at Lackland Air Force Base and Brooke Army Medical Center. And down at the bottom under professional, you're supposed to, well, it's basically resident education, medical school, student education. So that's what I do as well. I'm an assistant professor with University of Incarnate Word. I'm one of their professors for the residency program, and I'm also one of the assistant professors for their medical school.
Now, what type of appointments do you have?
I'm currently the chief of the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology at Laredo Medical Center. Also, I was a Board of Trustee member at Laredo Medical Center for almost over 10 years. And I've also served as the Chief of Staff of Laredo Medical Center, which is basically the physician that oversees all physician endeavors.
What about your military staff appointments?
As I mentioned earlier, I did my residency at Lackland Air Force Base after completing residency in San Antonio. I stayed on as an attending physician at Lackland Air Force Base and Brooke Army Medical Center as one of their attendings, one of their professors. After 2 years, then I was moved to Phoenix, Arizona, to Luke Air Force Base, where I was an obstetrician and gynecologist with them for the final 2 years of my active duty.
What rank did you achieve in the Air Force?
Major.
You've also, in your history, 23 years, you said 23 years?
23 years, yes.
Okay. You've also received honors and awards?
Correct. Well, I've been chosen here in Laredo as the best OBGYN for several years. It's chosen by the people. I've won the award 6 or 8 times, and I've won other awards. Most importantly, I was the outstanding chief resident and the best gynecologic surgeon they had in the residency program in San Antonio.
Did you also receive any awards when you were in the military?
I did. I received multiple medals because we were in a wartime situation, and I did multiple humanitarian missions in South and Central America, serving as a physician for underserved people of those countries.
What type of societies do you belong to?
I'm currently a member of the Texas Medical Association, the Webb County Medical Association, the American Association of Gynecologic Laparoscopists, Texas Association of OBGYNs, and the American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology.
And doctor, do you also have publications?
I do. I had several publications while I was active duty.
Okay, what are some of those?
I did. I got chosen to talk about several instances in pregnancy, sickle cell hemolytic crisis in pregnancy. Another publication where a patient was stung by a black widow while she was pregnant, went into active labor. And then I also worked with hypercoagulation and Lupron therapy for patients with fibroids and vaginal bleeding.
These other awards that you received?
Yeah, there are publications that were,
Publications.
yeah, there are publications in peer-reviewed journals, yes, sir.
And of course, you stated briefly some of your humanitarian assistance.
Right, while I was active duty with the Air Force, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, as part of this case, were you able to review some medical records?
I was.
And do you know who those records? Do you remember the name of who they pertain to?
Ronald Anthony Burgos.
Okay. May I approach one?
Yes, you may.
Show you State's Exhibit number 7.
Okay.
Are those? You look at those. Are those the records you looked at?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so you reviewed those. Now, I remember when I gave you those records, you had also asked me for something else. Remember what that was?
I asked you for any laboratory evaluation regarding Mr. Burgos' testosterone levels.
Okay. May I approach him?
Mhm.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 585.
Okay.
You recognize those documents?
I do.
Did you review these documents?
I did.
No objection. Move to offer State's 585.
Any objections?
No objection.
Admitted.
Thank you. So first of all, I want to ask you about your experience with the administration of or prescription of testosterone.
Okay.
Okay. What type of experience do you have with that?
Well, as I mentioned, I have a business where it's called Hormone Balance of Laredo, where we focus on optimizing hormones in both men and women. And testosterone is a hormone that we prescribe for men. I've been the owner of that business for over 9 years, and we have treated multiple men and women. I also understand the pharmacokinetics of testosterone. I attend multiple conferences yearly on testosterone. I'm also one of the speakers regarding testosterone for the company that I work for, and I'm also a mentor. And at one point, I supervised over 25 physicians regarding testosterone therapy. So I fielded questions all day long from them regarding controversies in testosterone.
Okay. How many? So how long have you been prescribing testosterone?
For over 9 years.
And an estimate of how many patients have you administered or prescribed testosterone to?
I would say in the thousands.
Okay. Are you familiar with a drug called phentermine?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your experience is with phentermine?
Phentermine, I have been prescribing it ever since I moved back to Laredo in 2004. As you know, phentermine is a stimulant that works on the brain to suppress appetite.
Okay. And how many times have you prescribed phentermine?
I would probably say hundreds, thousands.
Okay. And what about Arimidex?
Arimidex is a medication that we use frequently. If you prescribe testosterone, you have to understand the way testosterone gets broken down in the human body. And testosterone, doesn't matter if it's a male or female, will get broken down into estrogen. And obviously we don't want that in either men or women. So Arimidex is what we call an estrogen blocker. And it's important for balancing testosterone so the estrogen that gets converted doesn't get too high or too low. If it gets too high, then men typically will feel very emotional. They can develop gynecomastia, which is more fat distributed to their breast.
Okay. Now, this business that you have, hormone therapy, is called, what is the name of your business again?
Hormone Balance of Laredo.
That's additional to your gynecology practice.
Correct.
Now, getting back to testosterone, phentermine, and Arimidex, I want to talk about side effects.
Okay.
Okay. Let's start off with testosterone. Side effects for testosterone.
Well, testosterone, as you know, every medication is going to have side effects. You pull up Tylenol, you're going to see 3 pages of a single-spaced list of side effects. So testosterone could have multiple side effects to include anxiety, it can include jitteriness, anger, frustration, impatience, and like as I mentioned, if not properly balanced, it can lead to many characteristics of being hyper-emotional.
Is psychosis a side effect of testosterone?
No.
So what happens if, for example, somebody consumes high levels of testosterone?
Well, there are multiple different types of testosterones. There are testosterones that are what we call anabolic, which are synthetic, man-made, and their job is to make somebody very muscular and built, very popular in the 80s and 90s, Arnold Schwarzenegger, for example. So those types of steroids lead to significant rage and anger, as you heard, the roid rage, because those estrogens were not properly balanced, and the doses were significantly higher than the ones that we traditionally prescribe.
Okay. What about side effects of taking phentermine by itself?
Well, phentermine is centrally acting stimulant, which works at the level of the brain. The mechanism of how it causes appetite suppression is unknown, but it's in a category of amphetamines. It's not an amphetamine. It's a subtype of a drug similar to that. And as you know, a stimulant basically is somewhat like an upper. So you get hyperactive, you can get anxiety, you can get nervousness, and there are some, you can even get depression, and there's even psychosis as a side effect of phentermine.
And let's talk about that. Have you done any research regarding psychosis connected to phentermine?
Yes.
And do you have an opinion as to how it would manifest or appear?
Well, phentermine, well, first of all, the side effect of psychosis with phentermine is incredibly rare. A very, very rare side effect, but it has been noted in the literature, and there are approximately 3 or 4 case reports that phentermine has caused psychosis in patients. However, they were all with very unique features. For example, one of the studies was where the person took the phentermine and immediately after the symptom of psychosis occurred, so there's no delay. Number 2, it was always taken with another medication called fenfluramine, which was very common also in the 90s, 80s, and 90s. It was called fen-phen. So the psychosis was associated with those 2 medications. And lastly, the most important one, it was taken, the psychosis was formed when the person took very high levels of phentermine, not normal prescription levels. So a person was ingesting 4 to 5 times of what they were prescribed, and that's how the psychosis formed.
And how readily prescribed is phentermine in the United States or in the world for that matter?
Oh, it's probably one of the most widely prescribed medications.
Okay. And Of all the thousands of patients that you've prescribed testosterone, have any of your patients ever suffered from psychosis?
No.
What about phentermine?
No, never. And we do have patients on testosterone and phentermine combined, but there is absolutely no drug-drug interaction with phentermine and testosterone combined causing psychosis. It doesn't exist.
Well, explain what you say drug-drug, during simple language.
Well, for example, if you take a drug and you take another one at the same time, sometimes they don't work well together. And one can either potentiate the effect of the other, or it can lessen the effect of the other, or it can make it work in a different manner. So therefore, when you're prescribed a medication, or you go to any pharmacy, immediately your pharmacist will enter into a system whether you have any drug-drug interactions to make sure that they don't prescribe you that medication, or else you're going to have some type of side effect that was not expected.
So it's your professional opinion that combining testosterone and phentermine do not cause psychosis?
Correct.
And what if we throw what is it?
Arimidex.
Arimidex in there?
No, absolutely not. Because Arimidex, as I mentioned, is an estrogen blocker. It does not increase somebody's testosterone. It blocks the conversion of testosterone to estrogen, which is what the human body wants to do. So what it does, it stabilizes testosterone and maybe keeps it at the level that it's supposed to be longer, but it doesn't increase it.
And when you said earlier in that phentermine case at the onset of ingestion, what does that mean in plain language?
Well, that means the symptom or the side effect is going to occur shortly after ingested.
So right when you start taking it?
Correct.
Okay. Now in front of you, you have defendant's exhibit, I think it's 7, is it? The big
Correct.
Okay. And what are those?
They're Mr. Burgos' medical records from Dr. Oscar Perez.
And have you had a chance to review those for your testimony today?
I did.
Okay. And once you reviewed these, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what was Mr. Burgos being prescribed?
Mr. Burgos was prescribed from starting January 4th of 2016. He was prescribed Arimidex, testosterone, nystatin for cholesterol, and phentermine.
Okay. Were you able to, when you reviewed these documents in coming to court or prepping for court, were you able to determine if the levels of testosterone and phentermine and Arimidex were high, low, or standard?
I only have one set of blood work from Mr. Burgos that was given to me. This blood work was in 2018, which was approximately 2 years after Mr. Burgos had been prescribed testosterone.
And what do those records tell you? The blood, are you able to interpret those blood?
Yes, the level of testosterone was 5,951, but that's used in a scale where normal is 2,600 and 10,000. So it falls right in the middle. So his testosterone level was normal. It was normal. And to be honest, if you're giving testosterone therapy, it's actually not even optimal for that kind of therapy because it's low.
Okay. And what exhibit are you testifying from right now? That
State Exhibit 585.
Okay. So you're finding that at the time of in 2018, his testosterone levels were normal.
Correct.
Okay. What about phentermine? There was testimony. Did you get to watch Dr. Gupta's testimony?
I did.
Okay. Did you hear him testifying about the phentermine dosages?
I did.
Okay. And in this case, what was the phentermine amount prescribed to Mr. Burgos?
The amount was 37.5 of phentermine.
Okay, and can you tell us about that amount?
Right. Well, there's 3 different doses for phentermine. It's 15 milligrams, 37.5, and then there's an extended release, which is 105 milligrams of phentermine. And most people prescribe the 37.5, and you can either take it twice a day, so it lasts longer. So you break the tablet in half, so you're really taking like 15 plus milligrams in the morning and 15 in the afternoon. And that's what he was prescribed by Dr. Perez. At one time, he was giving him the full dose daily, which was the normal dose, and then at other times, he had prescribed it for half a tablet twice a day.
And based on your records that you see here, is it possible that Mr. Burgos was poisoned by his doctor?
Well, no, because, well, the definition of poison means was he given too much of a medication. The medication that he was prescribed, which both are controlled substances, as you heard, they're got to be monitored by the state and they're monitored by pharmacists. Both the medications that he prescribed were at the appropriate time frames. And the refills were only 2 every time, so it forced the patient to come back every 3 months to get more refills.
And what sort of safeguards are in place in your industry to make sure that a person isn't overdosing?
Right. Well, there are multiple, especially with these medications that are controlled substances. So, before you would just, several years ago, you would go to a physician, if you needed Tylenol number 3 or something with codeine, he would just write you a prescription pad, a little piece of paper, and you would take it. You can't do that anymore. It has to be done very properly through a computer system, and then it gets registered with the state. So the Department of Public Safety has records too, so make sure that the patient's not abusing it. And then moreover, you have to submit it through a different program to make sure that they're not abusing it or getting it from multiple physicians.
And everything regarding the prescription levels that were being administered to Mr. Burgos, how did they appear to you?
They were normal. They were the usual standard doses prescribed to people.
Okay. Now, what about there was testimony, if you saw Dr. Gupta's testimony, that he opined on the fact that, for example, with the Arimidex,
correct,
or with the testosterone and the testicular dysfunction.
Right.
Can you talk about that?
He mentioned that since the diagnosis was testicular dysfunction, therefore he didn't produce testosterone. And Dr. Gupta's argument was, well, if he has 2 children, then he has normal sperm, and therefore he has normal testosterone. And that's not true. Testosterone and semen production are from 2 different parts of the testicle and completely independent of each other. So for example, you can have low testosterone and have multiple kids, and vice versa. You can have very high testosterone and have no sperm. So the diagnosis of testicular dysfunction is a vague diagnosis or a diagnosis that describes that he had low testosterone, hence the indication for the treatment.
You also, Dr. Gupta also testified that the purpose with these labs popping up is so that these young persons can get buffed or muscles. Did you hear that testimony?
Correct, I did.
Was he correct on that?
Well, I completely disagree. So he had mentioned that multiple clinics have opened up throughout the country where you hear about low T, and it's because men want to feel buff and big and have energy and have an increased sex drive. And that's not at all why these clinics are opening throughout the country. The reason they're opening throughout the country is that we have made great strides across the world in a consensus meetings to discover that low testosterone has adverse effects on men's health. So we know that you have to run in the upper 25% of normal testosterone ranges in order to have optimal health. And you're not compromising your heart, your brain for dementia, your bones for osteoporosis, and even prostate cancer has been shown to be more prevalent with lower testosterone. So the goal of these therapies is not to get people buff and improve those symptoms I discussed. Yes, it improves quality of life because you feel better, but more importantly, it protects your heart and protects your brain and your bones.
Now, in reviewing Mr. Burgos-Aviles' medical records, was he receiving treatment for any other medical conditions?
Well, he was prescribed nystatin. So nystatin is traditionally prescribed for elevated cholesterol or triglycerides, which is a type of cholesterol. And one visit, he was treated for a sexually transmitted disease with antibiotics.
And what sort of STD was that?
Gonorrhea and chlamydia.
Is there anything else in the records that you reviewed regarding Mr. Burgos-Aviles' visits regarding patient notes or screenings?
When I read these charts, I was at first I said, well, this physician was pretty comprehensive. You know, he did everything correctly. He prescribed the controlled substances with only 2 refills. He made sure the patient came back after 3 months, and he did a very extensive screen every time he came in and a thorough physical exam, which is what you're supposed to do if you're prescribing these medications. And every single visit, he did that. You know, everybody in this room, or the jury, you guys have been to a physician before, and there's 2 components to a physician visit, which is going to be the interview section where they're going to talk to you and ask you what's wrong or how you've been feeling and if you've had any side effects to medication. And then there's the physical exam. And that's what he did on every single visit.
And those screenings, what's the importance of those screenings?
Was to make sure that they're not having any side effects to the medications you're prescribing, or if you discover something, a new symptom a new symptom that maybe he hadn't had before, you discover a new diagnosis.
And how many of those screenings did you count in this particular set of records?
11 visits.
Okay. And in those 11 visits, did you see anything of concern reported by Mr. Burgos?
No.
Anything noted by the doctor in his?
No, it seems like the main reason he came in every time for the visits was for a refill on his medications. There was really never another problem, complaint, or anything like that.
So so is it at the end of your testimony here, is it your opinion that Mr. Burgos was not poisoned by his doctor?
It's my opinion that he was not poisoned.
Thank you. Pass the witness.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Doctor, if I could, I believe it states exhibit your resume. Is that still?
I believe he has it. No, I have it right here, 586.
So, I see that your office address is here in Laredo, and it's OBGYN of Laredo, but you said your hormone business is called what, sir?
Hormone Balance of Laredo.
Okay, so is Hormone Balance of Laredo reflected on this CV anywhere?
No.
Okay. And why is that?
I just haven't put it in.
Okay. So it's been open for 9 years?
Correct.
Okay. Now, is there a website associated with Hormone Balance of Laredo?
It's either attached to my website for my practice, and or attached to Laredo Wellness and Aesthetics, which is our medical spa. Well, it's a hyperlink. A patient can go and see, you know, Optimize Your Hormones or other services, and can click on it, and then it'll give you a drag down where you can go to the spa.
And it's an Instagram page, is that right, sir?
Well, there's a website and an Instagram page.
Okay. And then what is the website? Is the website Hormone Balance of Laredo?
No, as I mentioned, it's either attached to my practice, which is OBGYN of Laredo, or it's a hyperlink under my spa, Laredo Wellness and Aesthetics.
So I apologize, I'm just trying to understand. It's not a part of your OBGYN of Laredo practice? It's like a side business?
Correct. It's like it's a side business with a different type of company, like a limited liability company, just a record like that. Yes, sir.
So now you testified on direct examination with the district attorney, and you said that Dr. Gupta talked about these testosterone clinics popping up that give testosterone. Would you put hormone balance of Laredo into that category?
No, I describe it as hormone optimization. So we prescribe testosterone, we prescribe estrogen, we do weight loss, we do something called there are protein derivatives to help people feel better, such as growth hormone derivatives, things like that.
So, you said in the side business, you promote this hormone balance. Is that correct?
Well, promote it? No, we offer it.
Now, if you go to your website, Laredo Wellness, there's a whole section devoted to a specific company of hormone production. Isn't that correct?
I would imagine so, but I haven't looked at it recently.
Okay. And it's called, I believe you talk about bioidentical hormone pellet therapy.
Correct.
Right. And it's related to Biote, and that's a commercial name, correct?
Bio-T, yes, sir.
Biote, I apologize.
Yes, sir.
It's a nice play on testosterone, Bio-T. Is that what it's meant to be?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if you go to your Instagram page for Hormone Therapy of Laredo, right, there's pictures of you and your staff attending the Bio-T conference. Is that correct?
Correct.
And do you get paid to attend that Bio-T conference?
No.
Okay. Does Bio-T give you any money for prescribing Bio-T to your patients?
Give me money? No.
There's no. So the pharmaceutical company doesn't pay you extra for prescribing those?
No, my insertion of the hormone pellets in patients, we charge the insertion fee and the administration fee, not the pellet fee.
Okay. So now, you testified on direct examination that testosterone does have certain side effects. I believe you said hyper-emotional anger. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right, but definitely not psychosis.
Correct.
Okay. Now, but hyper-emotional and anger, that sounds like a mood-altering or a mind-altering. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
Okay. Now, there are phases of psychosis. Isn't that true?
Sure.
And the first phase of psychosis is called prodrome. Isn't that correct?
I'm not familiar with that that specific phase.
Okay. And just to be clear, you've won the best OBGYN of Laredo 6-8 times, many years.
Correct.
But you are not a psychologist.
No.
And you are not a psychiatrist.
No.
Okay. Now, you'd indicated that you've prescribed phentermine, correct?
Correct.
And the longest someone is supposed to be on phentermine is about 12 weeks. Isn't that correct?
No, incorrect.
Okay. That's not what the phentermine producers say, that it should be only about 12 weeks?
If you read the insert on phentermine, nowhere did I see that it's for a 3-week or 3-month therapy.
You mean on the actual production? Is that what you're saying, sir?
Correct. You asked me if the phentermine company that makes it only allows it for 12 weeks. The medication insert, nowhere does it say that it has to be used, not 3 weeks, for 3 months.
So, how long is the longest that you have prescribed phentermine, sir?
Probably for about a year.
Okay, a year, is that correct?
Correct.
Right. Now, isn't the medically recommended dosage for 12 weeks at a time?
Not necessarily.
Okay, well, why not?
We all know that obesity is a chronic disease. It's a chronic disease. It doesn't go away in 3 months. So the package insert of phentermine doesn't state that the medication has to be for 3 months. There have been multiple studies that people have used phentermine for longer than 3 months, a year, 2 years, etc. And the reason that it's recommended that you stop it after 3 months is because as a stimulant, there's increased risk of cardiovascular risks with it. That's why it's recommended that you only do it for 3 months, but nowhere does it say it has to be. So most physicians will prescribe it as what we call as an off-label medication. So you're doing things traditionally not exactly by what it's indicated for or what the study suggests. You can use it for as an off-label.
So I apologize. You said that, so you're acknowledging that the recommended dosage time is about 12 weeks. Is that correct?
No, I'm not. I'm not saying that.
So I apologize. I thought that's what you just said. So what is the 12-week meaning with phentermine, sir?
The recommendation by certain studies show that at 3 months, 12 weeks, you should discontinue phentermine because of an increased risk of cardiovascular issues. However, studies have shown that you can use it for longer therapy, and actually the American Academy, or one of the academies of obesity, recommends it for several years of use, although I've never done that.
And the longest you've done is 8 years?
Correct.
Now, you said that the studies that you have seen indicated that psychosis occurs very quick after in the rare cases that it does. Is that correct?
Correct.
But you don't know anything about the phases of psychosis. Is that correct?
Correct.
So, for instance, someone could be in the early stages of psychosis and they wouldn't be in full-blown psychosis, correct?
Well, I'm not going to answer that because I just told you I don't know the phases.
Fair enough. Now, I want to talk about Arimidex. You said you prescribed Arimidex for men, is that correct, sir?
Correct.
Okay. Now, Arimidex says that you are not that it is only for postmenopausal women.
Correct.
Right. So, the makers of Arimidex say Arimidex is only for postmenopausal women, but you prescribe it for men. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Well, so you do that in contravention of what the makers of Arimidex recommend. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And now, every individual is different, correct?
Correct.
So, and that's why we know side effects, some side effects are rare and some side effects are common. Correct, sir?
Correct.
So, just because you haven't had an indication of one of these extreme side effects doesn't mean that it's not possible. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And I believe you testified on direct examination and you heard Dr. Gupta say that both testosterone and phentermine, I have problems saying it, are both controlled substances, which means that the government has decided that it's very important to monitor how they are distributed. Is that correct?
Correct.
And now, you also indicated that the lab test that you reviewed showed that a normal level of testosterone. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, in your review of that medical records, did you see any other lab test for a testosterone?
No.
Okay, so based on your review of those medical records, it doesn't appear that the testosterone was medically necessary. Is that correct?
Oh, I can't say that.
Okay. Well, you agree that Mr. Burgos-Aviles' doctor had a duty to keep accurate medical records, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see anywhere in those medical records a test that indicated that Mr. Burgos-Aviles had low testosterone, did you?
Correct.
Now, one would only need to be prescribed testosterone if they had low testosterone. Isn't that correct?
Disagree.
Why?
I just mentioned that testosterone has a huge range of what we call normal values, and the range is anywhere from 200 to 1100. So how many times do you go to the physician and say, oh, I just feel terrible, and I don't know what's wrong, but I just feel terrible, and the first thing he says, well, your labs are fine, get out of here. The whole purpose of doing this is that we know that you do not function well, both lifestyle and inside your human body, if your testosterone is not in the upper quarter of normal. So, for example, if the upper limit is 1,000, then you should live anywhere between 750 and higher.
And sir, the explanation that you just gave this jury is what you tell
Men.
Patients.
Correct.
Yes. And well, let me ask you about this. You testified on direct examination about a treatment for STDs. Are there any, in your review of those medical records, any test for STDs?
I'm going to need some time to go through it.
Take your time.
The only thing I see is that when he presented his complaint to the physician was he wanted STD labs to be checked and that labs were checked. But the actual lab itself is not in here.
So there is no laboratory result indicating that, correct?
Correct.
And I mean, at your clinic, you would keep the lab as a part of the medical record. Is that correct?
Correct.
Because that's proper procedure, correct?
Correct.
And frankly, required by the Texas Medical Board to have a complete medical record of the patient.
Yes.
So, from what it appears, in your testimony today, it appears that Mr. Burgos-Aviles' doctor prescribed him a medication without conducting a test to determine.
I'm going to object. Speculation on his part.
You can answer that if you don't know.
Repeat the question.
There is no laboratory result indicating an STD in those records.
There is not.
Okay. And it was Dr. Perez's duty to keep those records in that, to keep those results in those records, correct? It was his duty to maintain a complete medical records.
He uses a different lab, and the test is performed maybe in his office or in a different lab.
Okay. I'm sorry, that's not responsive, sir. I apologize. I'd object. So I believe you're anticipating my next question, or a different question, but he has a duty to maintain complete and accurate medical records, doesn't he?
Correct.
Okay. And so if there are he prescribes him or treats him for a disease, but there is no test for those, that would be in violation of his duties to compile complete and accurate medical records, yes?
I presume.
Now, I just want to make sure I understand everything. You've agreed that testosterone is a mood-altering or a mind-altering drug, yes?
Correct.
Okay. And Ventramine works on the central nervous system and works on the mind, yes, sir?
Correct.
Okay. And Arimidex, by its manufacturer, says it is only for postmenopausal women, correct?
Correct.
And the longest that you have ever prescribed someone to be on Ventramine is a year.
Correct.
And according to those records, Dr. Perez had Mr. Burgos-Aviles on phentermine for 2 years, over 2 years.
Correct.
If I could have just a moment. Again, sir, I apologize. You said that it is not necessary to have a test result indicating low testosterone to prescribe some testosterone. It's just if they say they're feeling a little unenergetic, then the doctor might prescribe them testosterone.
No, I didn't say that.
Well, could you repeat what you said? Correct me, please.
I said that the range of testosterone is very wide. And even though you have a quote-unquote normal, which is on the lower end of the spectrum of the normal range, people don't function to their maximum capability and have increased health risks. Hence, you could treat somebody for testosterone even though they're in the normal range.
But again, back in 2016, there was no indication of any lab which indicated a range that Mr. Burgos-Aviles was in. Is that correct?
Correct.
So when Mr. Burgos-Aviles was first prescribed in January of 2016, the doctor didn't establish a range according to those records.
Correct.
And is the name of your hormone clinic is it's Hormone Therapy of Laredo, is that correct?
Hormone Balance.
Hormone Balance, I apologize. And the website that it's connected to is Laredo Wellness?
Anesthetics.
Anesthetics. And that's also connected to the Instagram page. Is that, am I understanding you correct, sir?
No, I didn't say that. I told you I'm not familiar with the Instagram page if it has that.
But you do have an Instagram page.
Correct.
But you don't have anything to do with it.
Correct.
I have just a moment. Thank you for your patience with me, Dr.
Anything else?
Yes, the records that you've been reviewing, what defendant's exhibit number is it? The big stack?
7.
Okay. And you started to explain to Mr. Boggs the different manner in which labs are done.
Correct.
Can you explain what you were going to say?
Well, typically physicians will use a lab to get their results. It's very rare that a physician has their own lab in their office. So, for example, there's different companies, national companies like Quest or LabCorp, which you are probably familiar with. In his notes, it says check labs. So I presume that he was probably checking labs at an outside clinic or so forth, or an outside laboratory, and that's why the labs are not in the chart.
Okay. And in looking at that, the lab results that you did review, what do they tell you as far as those lab results in 2018 regarding his testosterone level, or what can you infer? Right.
Well, as I mentioned previously, his testosterone level was right in the middle of the normal range. So hence, if he was on testosterone therapy, then it's really a suboptimal range for testosterone therapy. So it's low.
Now, the fact that you testified that you've prescribed the Remedex against what Mr. Boggs called the recommended use of it. Can you explain about that?
Yeah. So as I mentioned earlier, there are medications that most physicians use that are called off-label. And believe it or not, that's how most medications get other indications. So let me give you a good example. A very popular weight loss drug right now is called Ozempic. It's an injection, and you lose massive amounts of weight, and there's a big shortage throughout the country. You can't find it right now. Well, Ozempic was indicated for diabetes, and diabetes only, and that's what the manufacturer states. But people started losing massive amounts of weight on it, so therefore physicians started prescribing it for weight loss. Hence, that's what we call an off-label use. The company recognized that, does the research, and now it's an indication to use Ozempic for weight loss. And that's how most drugs get discovered. hence Arimidex. We know that testosterone is broken down into estrogen. We don't want that. What's a medication that blocks it? Arimidex. That's why we call them estrogen blockers.
And you also said to prevent the formation of the breasts or what? Talk to me about that.
Yeah, well, like I mentioned earlier, if your testosterone is not balanced, even in women, but especially in men, if the estrogen gets too high, well, they're not going to feel like their normal self. Very emotional. You cry during commercials. You develop the man boobs, as they call, things like that.
Now, can you explain what manic means, and where would you say that type of behavior can occur?
Well, manic is typically when you're hyperactive, you're irritable, you're jittery, like hyperactivity.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Mr. Boggs was asking you about the assessment or testing for the STD. How was it noted in the records?
Oh, I got to look through it again.
I'm sorry about that, though.
Mm-hmm. What I recall is that he came to the office and asking that he had been exposed to an STD and that he wanted to be tested for it. And on that same note, he was given a prescription for gonorrhea and chlamydia.
And again, getting back to the combination of phentermine and testosterone, do they cause psychosis when taken together?
No, there's no drug-drug interaction known to anybody that it causes psychosis when used together.
Thank you, Doctor.
Is that it, Sonny?
That's it, sir.
Thank you. Anything else?
Doctor, you testified about outside labs. Now, in your practice, do you use outside labs?
Yes.
And when you do use an outside lab, do you take that result and put it in the patient's file?
Yes.
Okay. And it appears you said, I can't remember the exact word. You said, I presume, or that's what I think probably happened?
Correct.
Okay. Now, but Dr. Perez did not take that outside lab result and put it in the file according to these documents, correct?
Correct.
Now, you indicated Mr. Alniz asked you about the STDs at the end of his redirect. And you said that there was a note that he said he wanted to be tested, and in that same note, he wrote in the prescription. So it appears that the test never occurred. Is that correct?
I cannot say that.
But it all happened at the same time, the request to be tested and then the prescription.
Because we usually treat the patient before you get that lab work to be proactive and act before the result comes in.
And now, you were asked at the end of the redirect examination about whether this combination calls psychosis, but again, we know that testosterone is mood altering. Yes, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And we know that that phentermine works on the central nervous system and causes suppresses the appetite through a reaction on the brain. Is that true, sir?
Correct.
Now, you discussed what I think you called it off-label. So it's using a drug that's meant for something else. Is that right?
Correct.
And that's how we learn how things can work.
Correct.
Now, I believe you told me on cross-examination a moment ago that every individual is different and their biology is unique. Is that correct?
Correct.
So, even though you personally haven't had experience about this, you don't know about whether or not any individual could have a mind-altering or a mood-altering effect in a combination.
A combination of drugs or these two specific drugs?
Those two specific.
there's no literature to support that the combination of these two drugs causes an interaction or what we call a synergistic effect to cause psychosis.
Now, but they individually alter the mind and the mood. That's what you told us.
Correct.
Is there a reason to believe that if they individually alter the mind or alter the mood, that somehow they would counteract each other?
Possibly. I mean, that's what you have. You study pharmacokinetics and drug-drug interactions, and some work better together with others. Others work worse with others. But with those two combinations, it doesn't exist that they potentiate that side effect.
And again, you are a very excellent OBGYN, correct, sir?
Correct?
You are not a psychiatrist.
No.
You are not a psychologist.
No.
You are not a psychopharmacologist.
No.
I pass that.
Thank you. All right.
Can you,
Thank you.
can I follow up on
Okay.
one more? On page 91, can you go to the records, page 91? '87, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm here.
You see where it talks about the chief complaint,
Yes, sir.
and then on page 90, the assessment.
Page 90 or 90?
90, 91.
Okay, I do see it.
And on page 92, it says follow up under chief complaint of STD panel.
Correct.
Okay. And what does that mean, STD panel?
Well, it's usually either a Q-tip test of the urethra or a urine test.
So, would you agree then that that Dr. Perez's record keeping was not up to par? And just looking at the fact that there's some labs missing or incomplete records?
Possibly.
Okay. And in the thousands of patients that you've treated with both phentermine, testosterone, Arimidex, or a combination of those, none of them have ever suffered from psychosis?
No.
Thank you.
No further questions.
Anything else?
No, sir. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Councilor Gonzalez. You are excused here. You may go about your business. Thank you so much. You can read that right there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Alaniz, any other rebuttal witness?
No, Your Honor.
You close.
State closes, Your Honor.
You close.
Yes, sir.
Members of the jury, you have received all the evidence that you will be receiving in this case. However, it is Friday at 4:30, and I am not going to give you the case today. I'm going to ask you to come back on Monday at the same time. In fact, let's make it at 9:30 Monday, just to make sure that we get all our ducks in a row before we get started. At that time, I will read you the charge, and the arguments of counsel will be given to you. And after that, you will be given the case as you go into the deliberation room. I need everybody back on that day. Okay? You are excused for today, but I have not given you the case, so therefore remember the instructions that I've given you throughout this entire time. Thank you.
Please rise for the jury.